Hello and welcome to Sleepy Science. What if the world you trust every day is not reality itself, but the version your brain quietly builds before you even notice? What if silence is filled with hidden signals? Your eyes show you less than you believe. Memory can replace evidence without warning, and the now you feel so certain of has already passed through invisible delays, edits, guesses, and corrections before becoming conscious experience. Over the next 4 hours, we'll move gently through 30 strange but real truths about perception, memory, attention, dreams, pain, vision, inner speech, and consciousness. Not as myths, not as fantasy, but as discoveries from neuroscience and psychology that reveal how fragile normal reality really is. You'll learn why color is not truly out there, why familiar places can suddenly feel unreal, why your brain fills in missing time, why a blind spot follows you everywhere, why fear can stretch a single second, and why everything you experience may be only the brain's best guess. And as you settle into this journey, tell me in the comments, where are you watching from and what's the local time there? Because somewhere else in the world, another mind may be listening in the dark, questioning reality at the very same moment. So take a slow breath, let the noise of the day soften, and step into the hidden architecture of perception, where the world feels solid, the self feels certain, and yet almost nothing is as direct as it seems. The moment your brain invents reality, before you notice. Before the world reaches you, your brain has already placed a quiet bet on what it is. Long before you consciously think, I see a room, I hear a voice, someone is walking behind me, or that shape is a chair, your brain is already working beneath the surface, preparing a version of reality for you to enter. It does not wait like a camera, silently receiving the outside world frame by frame. It predicts, compares, corrects, and only then allows experience to rise into awareness. This means that the moment you call now is not a raw slice of the universe arriving untouched. It is more like a carefully prepared scene, assembled so quickly and so smoothly that you never notice the preparation. You open your eyes and the room feels instantly there, stable, obvious, already understood. But your brain did not simply discover that room. It built your experience of it from incoming signals, past memories, body states, expectations, and tiny corrections happening faster than ordinary thought. This is one of the strangest truths in neuroscience. Perception is not just something that happens to you. It is something your brain actively creates before you even arrive to witness it. And this creation is not fantasy. It is the reason you can survive. If your brain had to process every sound, every edge, every shadow, every movement, every pressure on your skin, every change in light, and every signal from inside your body from scratch, moment by moment, you would be overwhelmed before you could take a single step. So instead, the brain uses prediction. It asks silently and constantly, what is most likely happening right now? Then it checks the world against that expectation. When you walk into your bedroom in the dark, you do not need to inspect every object as if you have never seen it before. Your brain already expects the bed to be there, the wall to be there, the door frame to be there. That expectation guides your movement before you consciously analyze anything. When you reach for a cup, your brain prepares the grip before you fully register the cup as an object. It estimates weight, distance, shape, and motion using old experience. If the cup is heavier than expected, you feel the surprise only after the prediction fails. That little jolt, that tiny correction, is your brain updating reality in real time. This is why life feels continuous and effortless, even though underneath it is filled with invisible calculations. The brain is not passively watching the world. It is negotiating with it. It sends predictions downward through its networks, receives sensory information upward from the eyes, ears, skin, and body, and then adjusts the final experience when prediction and signal do not match. In simple words, your brain is always saying, I think the world is like this, and the senses respond, yes, close enough, or no, change the model. Most of the time, the match is good enough, so reality feels obvious. But when the match breaks, you feel confusion, surprise, fear, wonder, or disbelief. That is why a coat hanging in a dark hallway can become a person for half a second. Your brain is not stupid, it is protecting you. In uncertain conditions, it would rather guess someone is there and be wrong than guess nothing is there and miss danger. This is also why familiar patterns appear quickly. A few lines can become a face. A faint movement can become an animal. A half-heard sound can become your name. The brain is built to complete the world before the world fully explains itself. And in that completion, reality becomes personal. Not completely invented, not unreal, but filtered through what your nervous system believes is most important. This is where the science becomes quietly unsettling, because the version of the world you experience is never only about what is outside. It is also about what your brain expects, what your body is prepared for, what your past has trained you to notice, and what your attention is ready to receive. Two people can stand in the same room and feel different realities forming around them, not because one is lying, but because their brains are making different predictions. One person sees a neutral face and senses judgment. Another sees the same face and senses calm. One hears silence and feels peace. Another hears silence and feels danger waiting underneath it. The outside signal may be similar, but the inner model changes what rises into awareness. And this happens before language, before reflection, before the slow voice inside you says, "This is what I think." By the time you have a thought about the moment, your brain has already shaped the moment you are thinking about. This does not mean you are trapped in illusion. It means you are living inside a biological interpretation that is trying to keep you alive. The brain is not designed to show you reality in its purest possible form. It is designed to give you a usable world quickly enough for action. A slow truth can be dangerous. A fast approximation can save your life. If something moves at the edge of your vision, you turn before you understand. If a voice carries anger, your body tightens before you decide why. If a step is lower than expected, your muscles correct the fall before your mind narrates the mistake. In this sense, consciousness is not the first worker on the scene. It is more like the last guest to enter a room that has already been arranged. The lights are on, the furniture is placed, the music has started, and only then does awareness step in and say, "I am here." But beneath that calm entrance is a storm of preparation. Billions of neurons are exchanging signals. The brain is comparing what it predicted with what arrived. It is suppressing details that seem unimportant, sharpening details that might matter, and turning raw energy into meaningful experience. Light becomes object, vibration becomes voice, pressure becomes touch, chemical signals become mood, body tension becomes intuition. And all of this is presented to you as if it were simply the world. That may be the deepest trick of all. The brain hides its own work. It does not show you the construction process. It shows you the result. You do not experience nerve signals. You experience a table. You do not experience prediction errors. You experience surprise. You do not experience brain modeling. You experience reality. And because the final picture feels immediate, you trust it. You believe you are meeting the world directly. But neuroscience suggests something more delicate. You are meeting the world through a living system that is always a fraction ahead of you, always preparing the next version of what you are about to perceive. This can be humbling because it means certainty should be handled gently. The thing you obviously saw, the tone you clearly heard, the meaning you instantly felt, may contain more of your brain's prediction than you realize. Sometimes the brain guesses well. Sometimes it guesses from fear. Sometimes it guesses from habit. Sometimes it guesses from an old wound that has learned to expect the same pain again. And because the guess arrives as experience, it can feel like fact. This is why awareness matters. Not because you can stop the brain from predicting, but because you can learn to question the first version it gives you. You can pause and ask, is this truly happening? Or is my brain preparing me for what it expects? That question creates space. It does not destroy reality. It makes reality less automatic. It reminds you that perception is not a prison, but a process. You may not control the first draft your brain writes, but you can learn to read it more carefully. And perhaps that is where the wonder begins. Every moment of your life is not just received, it is composed. The world touches you, yes, but your brain answers back. It meets light with memory, sound with expectation, uncertainty with pattern, and danger with preparation. You are not floating through a finished universe like a camera passing through scenery. You are participating in a silent act of creation so fast that it feels like truth. And the next time you open your eyes, hear a small noise, recognize a face, or feel the atmosphere of a room before anyone speaks, remember this: the world you experience has already passed through the invisible hands of your brain. It has been guessed, tested, corrected, and softened into something you can live inside. Reality may be out there, vast and independent, but the reality you know begins in here, in the quiet moment before noticing, where your brain whispers its first answer before you even know there was a question. When silence becomes a signal, the hidden noise inside perception. The quietest room in the world would not give you pure silence. It would hand your own nervous system a microphone. At first, you might think silence is simple, just the absence of sound, a blank space where nothing is happening. But the longer you sit inside it, the less empty it becomes. You may begin to hear the soft movement of your breath, the pulse inside your ears, the faint pressure of your heartbeat, a high ringing tone that seems to come from nowhere, the tiny clicks of your throat, the almost invisible hum of your body keeping itself alive. And then a strange realization appears. Silence is not a clean void. Silence is what remains when the louder parts of the world step away, and your brain starts noticing the hidden noise that was always underneath. This is one of the most quietly fascinating truths about perception. Your senses are not passive windows waiting for the outside world to knock. They are living systems, active even in stillness, filled with tiny fluctuations, background signals, and internal activity that your brain must constantly sort, soften, ignore, or sometimes amplify. Hearing, especially, teaches this beautifully. Sound begins as vibration in the air, but the experience of sound is created only after your ears and brain translate that vibration into meaning. Deep inside the inner ear, delicate hair cells respond to movement, sending signals through the auditory nerve toward the brain. But this system is never perfectly silent. Nerve cells have their own background activity. The brain has its own expectations. The ear itself can even produce tiny sounds called otoacoustic emissions, faint vibrations created by the inner ear's outer hair cells, so real that doctors can measure them with a small microphone and use them to test hearing in newborn babies. In other words, the ear is not just a receiver. It is also an active organ, adjusting itself, sharpening signals, and sometimes generating traces of sound from within. Most of the time, you do not notice this because the world is too loud. Daily life covers the inner noise with voices, traffic, music, air conditioners, footsteps, screens, and the constant soft machinery of modern rooms. But when the external world becomes quiet, your brain changes the balance. It listens differently. It raises sensitivity. It begins searching for signals in smaller and smaller movements. That is why a silent bedroom at night can feel louder than a busy street in daylight. The room has not changed very much. Your nervous system has stopped being flooded by strong outside sounds. So faint internal and environmental details rise closer to consciousness. A floorboard settling, a pipe cooling, distant wind through a window crack, the electrical hum of a charger, your own blood moving near the ear. All of it can become strangely vivid when there is nothing bigger to hide behind. This is not weakness, fear, or imagination in the childish sense. It is perception doing what perception evolved to do, detect what matters before it becomes obvious. Your brain is always asking, is this important? A sudden silence can be as meaningful as a sudden noise. In nature, when birds stop calling all at once, animals pay attention. In a house, when a familiar machine stops humming, you notice the absence. In a conversation, when someone pauses too long before answering, the silence can feel heavy, even before any words arrive. The missing signal becomes a signal. The gap itself begins to speak. This is because perception is not only about what is present, it is also about what was expected and did not appear. Your brain learns the regular background of your life and then reacts when that background changes. The refrigerator turning off may suddenly reveal how loud it had been. A message that does not arrive can feel almost like an event. A room that should contain normal noise but does not can make the body alert. Silence, then, is not one thing. It can be peaceful, threatening, intimate, awkward, sacred, or lonely, depending on what your brain thinks should be happening inside it. This is why the same quiet can feel like rest in one moment and tension in another. A quiet morning with soft light may slow your breathing. A quiet hallway after hearing a strange sound may sharpen every nerve in your body. The physical volume may be nearly the same, but the meaning changes the experience. And meaning is one of the brain's most powerful instruments. It does not simply measure sound like a machine. It interprets sound inside a living story. This is also why people sometimes hear patterns in noise. A name in the wind, a phone vibration that never happened, a faint voice inside a running fan. The brain is built to find meaningful patterns quickly, especially when the signal is unclear. In a noisy environment, it may pull familiar shapes out of randomness because missing an important signal could be costly. Hearing your name matters, detecting movement matters, noticing a possible warning matters. So the brain sometimes leans toward meaning even when the evidence is thin. Again, this does not mean the mind is broken. It means the mind is tuned for relevance, not perfect neutrality. But when this tuning becomes too strong, the inner noise can become distressing. Tinnitus is a real example. Many people experience ringing, buzzing, hissing, or tones that do not come from an external source. Often, especially when linked with hearing loss, the brain receives less input from certain sound frequencies and may respond by increasing its internal sensitivity, almost like turning up the volume on a weak radio station. The result is that activity within the auditory system becomes noticeable as sound. The person is not pretending. They are truly experiencing sound, but the source is inside the auditory pathway rather than outside in the room. This reveals something profound. Perception does not always require the world to provide a complete signal. Sometimes the brain completes, amplifies, or generates part of the experience itself. And hearing is not alone in this. Vision has visual snow and afterimages. Touch has tingles and phantom sensations. Balance has tiny corrections that keep you upright. The body is full of background activity, but awareness usually receives only the edited version. Silence removes some of that editing. It lets you notice the instrument instead of only the song. This is why deep quiet can feel beautiful and uncomfortable at the same time. It can calm the mind by reducing outside demands, but it can also reveal the mind's own movement. Thoughts become louder. Small sensations become clearer. Emotions that were covered by distraction may begin to surface. Many people discover this when they try to meditate. They sit down expecting peaceful emptiness, but instead they meet restlessness, body noise, scattered thoughts, and inner pressure. That does not mean they are failing. It means they are finally hearing what was already there. Silence does not always create noise. Often, it reveals it. And this is where the lesson becomes personal. You do not have to believe every signal your mind produces. A pause does not always mean rejection. A faint sound does not always mean danger. A ringing does not always mean something is wrong in the room. A strange inner sensation does not always need a dramatic story. Your brain is constantly filtering a mixture of outside information and inside activity, and sometimes it labels its own noise as something urgent. Learning this gives you a calmer relationship with perception. You can listen without obeying every alarm. You can notice without turning every silence into a mystery. You can let the nervous system speak without assuming every whisper is truth. And maybe that is what silence teaches better than noise ever could. It shows you that experience is not just the world entering you, it is also you meeting yourself in the absence of distraction. When the music stops, when the room settles, when the night becomes still, you may hear more than emptiness. You may hear the soft electrical life of being human, the ear adjusting, the body pulsing, the brain searching. the mind trying to decide what matters. So the next time silence surrounds you, do not rush to fill it. Let it open slowly. Let it show you that perception is not a perfect recording of the world, but a delicate conversation between signal and sensitivity, between what is outside and what rises from within. In that quiet space, the hidden machinery of awareness becomes almost audible, and you may realize that silence was never nothing. It was always a mirror, waiting for the noise inside you to become clear enough to hear. The invisible delay between the world and your awareness. By the time you realize a moment is happening, that moment has already slipped into the past. It feels strange to say this, because life appears immediate. The cup is in your hand now, the face is looking at you now, the car passes now, the voice reaches you now. Your awareness seems to sit right on the front edge of time, touching reality as it unfolds. But your brain does not receive the world instantly. It has to translate it. Light must enter your eyes, trigger chemical changes in the retina, travel through nerve pathways, pass through relay stations, reach visual areas of the brain, and be organized into shapes, depth, movement, and meaning. Sound has its own path. Touch has its own path. Pain, temperature, balance, and body position each arrive with different speeds and priorities. Your consciousness is not standing at the doorway of the universe receiving everything the moment it knocks. It is waiting at the end of a long biological corridor where signals arrive slightly late, slightly edited, and only then become experience. The delay is usually tiny, often measured in tens or hundreds of milliseconds, so short that ordinary life hides it from you. But tiny does not mean meaningless. In that small gap between event and awareness, the brain does something extraordinary. It gathers separate signals, compares their timing, smooths them together, and presents them as one unified now. Without this delay, reality would feel broken. You might see lips move before you hear the voice, feel touch before you recognize what touched you, or watch motion as scattered fragments instead of a continuous flow. The brain solves this by creating a short waiting room for experience. It does not always show you the first signal that arrives. It often waits just long enough to bind sight, sound, touch, and movement into a single moment that feels natural. This means your present is not a raw instant. It is a carefully synchronized result. Think of watching fireworks from far away. You see the flash before the boom because light travels faster than sound, and in that case, the delay is obvious. But inside the brain, smaller delays happen all the time, hidden by correction. A clap across the room sends light and sound toward you at different speeds. Yet nearby events usually feel unified because your brain has learned how to line them up. It is less like a window and more like an editor assembling several recordings into one scene. One track arrives early, another late, another unclear, and the editor adjusts them so the story feels whole. You do not experience the editing. You experience the finished scene. This becomes even stranger when motion enters the picture. A moving object is never quite where your awareness first receives it, because by the time the signal has been processed, the object has moved on. If the brain simply showed you delayed information without correction, fast-moving things would always appear slightly behind their real position. To help you act in time, the brain uses motion information to estimate where things are going. This is one reason illusions like the flash lag effect are so fascinating. When a flash appears next to a moving object, people often perceive the moving object as being ahead of the flash, even if they were aligned at the same moment. The illusion reveals that your brain is not just reporting position. It is handling time, movement, and delay together. It is trying to keep your experience useful in a world that will not pause while your neurons process it. And this is not merely a visual trick. It touches almost everything you do. When you catch a falling phone, your conscious mind may feel like it decided in the instant, but much of the response was prepared before full awareness. Your body can begin correcting posture, tightening muscles, or shifting balance before you have a clear verbal thought about what is happening. Reflexes are even faster, sometimes traveling through the spinal cord before the brain fully constructs the event. This does not make you a machine. It means your body has layers of intelligence, some faster than awareness, some slower and more reflective. Conscious experience is powerful, but it is not always first. Often, it is the part of you that receives the report after urgent systems have already started moving. Pain also shows how complicated timing can be. Touch a hot surface, and you may pull away before the full pain blooms into consciousness. The withdrawal can begin as a protective reflex, while the deeper, sharper awareness of pain arrives a moment later. The body acts first, the story catches up, and yet your mind weaves it into one clean sequence. Heat, pain, movement. You rarely notice that these pieces were processed through different routes. The brain gives you a timeline smooth enough to believe. This matters because your sense of now is one of the foundations of your identity. You feel like a person living in the present, making choices from the center of the moment. But the present, you know, is already a reconstruction of events that have just happened. You are always living slightly after the world, not far behind, but behind enough to raise a quiet philosophical question. If awareness arrives late, what exactly are you calling reality? Is it the outside event itself, or the brain's delayed version of it? When someone smiles, the smile has already begun before you experience it. When music moves you, the vibration has already passed before your mind turns it into melody. When you look at the moon, you see light that has traveled more than a second to reach you. But even the room around you is not truly instant. Near or far, every experience has a travel time, and every perception has a processing time. The universe touches your senses. Then your nervous system takes a breath, however brief, before handing you the world. This hidden delay also explains why the brain sometimes changes your experience after the fact. In certain illusions, a later event can influence how you perceive an earlier one, as if awareness waits for more information before deciding what you experienced. This is called post-diction. The brain uses what happens just after a moment to interpret what just happened before. It sounds impossible until you remember that consciousness is delayed. If the brain has not yet finalized the experience, a later signal can still shape the final version. A simple example is when two taps or flashes occur quickly enough that their order becomes hard to judge. Your brain may reorganize them into the most sensible pattern, not because it wants to deceive you, but because it is trying to build a stable timeline from imperfect information. Reality, as you experience it, is not stamped instantly at the moment of impact. It is negotiated across a brief window of time, and maybe this is why life feels smoother than it really is. The world is full of tiny mismatches, but awareness receives a cleaned-up version. You do not feel every delay in your nerves. You do not see every processing step. You do not notice the separate arrival times of light, sound, pressure, and meaning. Instead, the brain gives you a graceful illusion of immediacy. It lets you believe you are fully present because that belief helps you move, speak, love, drive, catch, avoid, respond, and survive. But underneath that grace is a humbling truth. The now you live in is already a little old. Not ancient, not distant, but processed. A living echo. A fresh memory disguised as the present. This should not make reality feel fake. It should make it feel more delicate. Your awareness is not late because it is weak. It is late because it is doing something almost impossibly complex. It is turning scattered biological signals into a world you can understand. It is aligning delays you never asked to manage. It is protecting you from the chaos of raw timing. And when you sit with that truth, the ordinary moment becomes quietly mysterious. The hand reaching for a glass, the voice calling your name, the shadow passing across a wall. All of it reaches you after a hidden journey. All of it becomes real to you only after your brain has gathered it from the edge of the past and placed it gently into consciousness. So the next time you feel certain that you are living exactly in the present, pause for a second and let the thought soften. You are not touching the instant itself. You are touching the brain's beautifully delayed version of it. You are always arriving just after the world has happened. Yet somehow, through the kindness of nervous systems and time, it still feels like now. Why your eyes see less than your brain pretends. Your eyes do not show you the world in high definition. They give your brain a narrow spotlight, and your brain quietly paints the rest. This may feel almost impossible because vision seems rich, wide, detailed, and complete. You look around a room and feel as if you can see everything at once. The shape of the door, the texture of the wall, the cup on the table, the shadow near the curtain, the tiny movement of your hand. The colors spread across the space like a finished painting. But the biological truth is far more surprising. Your eyes capture much less clear detail than your experience suggests. The sharpest part of your vision comes from a tiny central region of the retina called the fovea, a small area packed with cone cells that specialize in fine detail and color. This region covers only a very small part of what you think you are seeing clearly. Everything outside that center becomes less precise very quickly. Your peripheral vision is excellent at noticing movement, broad shapes, brightness, and sudden changes, but it is poor at reading small details. You cannot clearly read a page with the corner of your eye. You cannot truly inspect a face in the far edge of your vision. You cannot see the entire room with equal clarity, even though it feels as if you can. What you experience as a wide, crisp visual world is actually built from tiny moments of sharpness, stitched together by attention, memory, and rapid eye movements. Your eyes are constantly jumping in small, fast movements called saccades, shifting the fovea from one point to another several times each second. You do not feel these jumps because the brain smooths them over. It does not show you the blur between visual snapshots. It gives you continuity. It lets you believe your gaze is stable, as if your eyes were calmly filming the world, when in reality, they are sampling it. They land on the face, then the mouth, then the eyes, then the object nearby, then the edge of movement, then back again. From these small islands of detail, your brain builds an ocean. This is not a mistake, it is efficiency. A brain that tried to process the entire visual field in perfect detail at every instant would require enormous energy and would still be too slow to act. So evolution gave you something more useful than complete vision: selective vision. Your brain prioritizes what matters. It sharpens what you attend to, simplifies what you ignore, and fills the background with enough stability for you to move through life without being overwhelmed. That is why you can walk through a familiar room without studying every object. The brain does not need to redraw the whole scene from scratch. It keeps a working model. The table is probably there, the floor is flat, the wall continues, the door has not vanished. When you glance, it updates what is necessary. The rest remains good enough, and good enough is one of the hidden principles of perception. You do not see everything. You see what helps you function. This becomes clearer when you think about reading. Your eyes do not take in a whole sentence with full clarity at once. They jump from point to point, gathering clusters of letters while the brain uses language knowledge to make the experience feel smooth. This is why a sentence can sometimes be read even when letters are slightly scrambled, as long as the overall structure and context are familiar. The eyes provide pieces, the brain supplies order. The same thing happens with faces. You may feel that you see a whole face instantly, but your eyes are drawn to the most informative areas: the eyes, the mouth, the outline, the expression. From those signals, the brain creates the impression of a complete person. It is astonishingly fast but not perfect. In poor light, from a strange angle, or when expectation is strong, the system can misread what it sees. A pile of clothes can become a crouched figure for one breath. A shadow can become an animal. A stranger can briefly look like someone you know. The eyes gave limited information. The brain tried to complete the image. Most of the time, it completes correctly. Sometimes it reveals its shortcuts. Color also depends on this hidden editing. The cones in your fovea help you see rich color, but color perception changes across the visual field, and your brain helps maintain the feeling of a colorful world everywhere. You are not constantly aware that peripheral color is weaker and less detailed. The brain gives the scene a kind of visual confidence. It says, the world continues like this, and unless something important changes, you accept it. Even your sense of visual stability is partly a construction. Every time your eyes move, the image on your retina shifts dramatically, yet the world does not appear to jump. The brain uses information from your eye muscles and visual system to distinguish movement of the eyes from movement of the world. Without that correction, every glance would feel like the room was sliding around you. Instead, you experience a steady world while your eyes search it restlessly. Perhaps the most humbling part is that seeing feels effortless, precisely because so much of it is hidden. You do not experience the low-resolution edges, the missing details, the constant scanning, the selective attention, the guessed background, the little corrections that keep the world still. You simply experience I see. But vision is not a full photograph. It is a guided exploration. Your eyes touch the world in fragments, and your brain turns those fragments into a place you can inhabit. This should make you more cautious with certainty. When you say, "I saw it clearly," you may have seen the center clearly and assumed the rest. When you say, "It was obvious," your brain may have used context to make it obvious. When you miss something right in front of you, it may not be because your eyes failed, but because your attention never gave that part of the scene enough importance. The world does not enter your mind all at once. It is selected, sampled, prioritized. And this can be unsettling, because it means the visual world you trust so deeply is partly an elegant illusion of completeness. But it is also beautiful. Your brain is not cheating you out of reality. It is protecting you from too much of it. It gives you a usable world, a navigable world, a world with enough detail where it matters, and enough simplicity where it does not. The miracle is not that your eyes see everything. They do not. The miracle is that they see so little clearly, and yet your brain gives you a world that feels whole. So the next time you look across a room and feel surrounded by perfect detail, let the feeling become softer. Somewhere behind your awareness, your eyes are moving, sampling, searching, while your brain quietly finishes the scene. You are not seeing a complete picture handed to you by the world. You are living inside a visual story assembled from fragments, and the storyteller is so skilled that you mistake its brushstrokes for reality itself. The reality gap, where senses end and prediction begins. There is a hidden border inside every moment where sensation stops being evidence and starts becoming a story. You never feel this border directly, because it is buried beneath the smoothness of experience. But it is always there, a silent gap between the raw signals your body receives and the meaningful world your mind believes it has found. Your senses do not deliver reality in finished form. They deliver fragments, patches of light, pressure changes, chemical traces, temperature shifts, vibrations, muscle tension, balance signals, tiny bursts of information that have no built-in label saying tree, face, danger, friend, safe, or home. Those meanings are added. They are inferred. They are created from the brain's best explanation of what the sensory fragments might be pointing toward. And this is the reality gap. The space between what reaches the nervous system and what consciousness finally experiences. It is not a hole in your mind. It is the place where perception becomes possible. Without it, the world would not feel like a world at all. It would feel like scattered data, meaningless flashes, pressures, edges, contrasts, and impulses with no clear owner. Your brain must cross that gap constantly, turning signal into meaning so quickly that the jump feels invisible. When you see a shadow on the floor, your eyes do not actually receive shadow. They receive a pattern of light and dark. Your brain decides whether it belongs to a chair, a person, a curtain, or a corner of the room. When you smell smoke, your nose does not receive fire. It receives chemical particles. Your brain brings memory, context, and urgency to the signal and says, something may be burning. When you feel your stomach tighten before entering a room, your body has not handed you a sentence. It has handed you sensation. Your brain may translate it as anxiety, intuition, excitement, warning, or memory, depending on the story it believes fits best. This is why perception is not simply about receiving the world. It is about explaining the world. The senses give clues. The brain proposes causes. And most of the time, This works so well that you forget any proposing happened. You do not walk around thinking, "My brain is interpreting this pattern of light as a hallway." You simply see the hallway. You do not think, "My nervous system is labeling this facial movement as kindness." You feel someone is being kind. The explanation becomes the experience. The guess becomes the world. But the guess is not random. It is shaped by the brain's long history of learning. Every time you have encountered a similar object, voice, place, texture, expression, or situation, your brain has stored patterns about what tends to happen next. Those patterns become expectations, not always conscious, not always verbal, but powerful. This is why context can change what you perceive. A shape that looks meaningless alone may become a letter inside a word. A smudge on a wall may become a face when the lighting is dim. A person's neutral expression may feel cold if you already expect rejection, or calm if you feel safe. The same incoming signal can cross the reality gap in different ways depending on the brain that receives it. And this is not because humans are careless observers. It is because all perception is interpretation under uncertainty. The world does not arrive with subtitles. Your brain must decide what things are before the evidence is complete, because life demands speed. If you wait for perfect certainty before reacting, you may move too late. So the brain uses the past to complete the present. It leans on probability, habit, memory, emotion, and context. It asks, what is the most useful explanation right now? Not, what is the purest truth possible? That difference matters. A useful perception can save you while still being imperfect. A quick interpretation can help you avoid danger while also making you misread harmless things. The reality gap is where survival and illusion share the same doorway. Consider ambiguous images, the kind that can be seen in two different ways. A cube that flips direction, a drawing that can look like two faces, or a vase, a figure that changes depending on how you focus. The image on the page does not change. Your brain's interpretation changes. One moment the same lines become one object, the next moment they become another. You cannot usually see both meanings equally at the same time because perception settles into one explanation. This reveals something profound. The brain does not simply display sensory information. It organizes it into a chosen reality. It resolves ambiguity so you can act. But sometimes, when the ambiguity remains balanced, you can feel the mind switching between possible worlds. The outside stimulus is stable, yet your experience changes. That is the reality gap made visible. It shows you that what you perceive depends not only on what is there, but on which explanation your brain selects. This also explains why expertise changes perception. A doctor may look at a medical scan and see patterns a beginner misses. A musician may hear structure where others hear noise. A mechanic may notice a tiny vibration in an engine before anyone else understands something is wrong. Their senses are not magically stronger in every way. Their brains have learned better explanations. They cross the gap differently. Training teaches the mind what to notice, what to ignore, and how to group signals into meaning. In a very real sense, learning does not just give you knowledge about the world, it changes the world you are able to perceive. The expert does not merely think differently after seeing. They often see differently from the beginning because their brain has more precise predictions ready to meet the evidence. But the same mechanism can trap you. If your past has taught you to expect threat, the gap may fill with threat too quickly. If you have been ignored often, silence may become rejection before you have proof. If you have lived with criticism, a neutral glance may become judgment. The sensory signal may be small, but the brain's explanation can be heavy. This is why self-awareness matters so much. You cannot stop your brain from interpreting. Interpretation is how reality becomes usable. But you can learn to notice when your interpretation is only one possible bridge across the gap. You can ask gently, what else could this mean? That question does not deny your experience. It loosens it. It gives the mind another path to consider before it hardens a guess into truth. The most powerful part of the reality gap is that it teaches humility without making the world meaningless. It does not say nothing is real. It says your access to the real is always mediated by a living brain trying to make sense of incomplete signals. The world exists, but your experience of it is shaped at the border where sensation meets expectation. And once you understand that, ordinary life becomes more mysterious and more forgiving. You may become slower to trust your first fear, softer with other people's perceptions, more curious about why two people can live through the same moment and carry away different realities. You begin to see that perception is not a mirror held up to the world. It is a bridge built across uncertainty. On one side is the raw contact of the senses. On the other side is the meaningful life you recognize. And in between is the quiet gap where your brain, with all its history, intelligence, wounds, and wisdom, chooses what the moment becomes. So the next time something feels obvious, pause just long enough to sense the invisible crossing beneath it. Somewhere between the signal and the story, between the light and the object, between the sensation and the meaning, your brain has built a version of reality for you to live inside. And the more gently you understand that construction, the more clearly you may begin to see. Not beyond the gap, perhaps, but through it, when memory replaces evidence without warning. A memory can walk into the room wearing the face of truth, and you may never realize it has replaced the evidence. This is one of the most quietly dangerous things about the human mind. You do not only remember after an event, you also use memory while the event is still being understood. And sometimes the old story arrives so quickly that it covers the new facts before you notice. You think you are seeing what is in front of you, but often you are also seeing what usually happens, what happened last time, what you were told to expect, what you fear is happening, or what your mind has already filed under this kind of situation. Memory is not a storage room where facts sit untouched until you need them. It is more like a living library where books are constantly being opened, edited, moved to new shelves, and sometimes mislabeled. Every time you remember something, the memory becomes active again, and when it becomes active, it can be changed. This is called reconsolidation, and it means that remembering is not just playback. It is rebuilding. The brain pulls together pieces, a face, a tone of voice, a place, an emotion, a conclusion, a small detail from later, maybe even something someone else said afterward. Then it creates a memory that feels whole. The frightening part is that the feeling of certainty does not always prove accuracy. A false detail can feel just as vivid as a true one if it fits the story your brain is rebuilding. This is why eyewitness memory can be unreliable, even when the person is honest. People can sincerely report things that were never there, not because they want to deceive, but because memory has quietly absorbed suggestion, expectation, or meaning. In famous studies on memory, researchers showed that the wording of a question could change what people later believed they saw. Ask someone how fast cars were going when they smashed into each other, and they may remember the crash as more violent than if you ask how fast they were going when they hit. Some even remember broken glass that was not present. The event happened once, but the memory of it was influenced afterward. That should make you pause. A word spoken after the fact can slip backward into the mind and dress itself as observation. A later explanation can become part of the original scene. A rumor can attach itself to a memory until you no longer know whether you saw it, heard it, imagined it, or inferred it. This is called source monitoring, the brain's attempt to remember where information came from. Did you actually witness it? Did someone tell you? Did you read it? Did you dream it? Did you assume it? Usually the system works well enough, but under stress, distraction, repetition, or emotional pressure, sources can blur. And once the source blurs, memory can become evidence in your mind even when it did not begin as evidence. Think about a simple everyday moment. You place your keys on the table, then later you remember putting them in your bag because that is where you usually put them. The memory feels reasonable, maybe even clear, but it is not based on that specific moment. It is based on habit. Your brain has replaced the unique event with the usual pattern. This happens because the mind loves schemas, mental templates for familiar situations. A restaurant has tables, menus, servers, plates. A classroom has chairs, boards, students, bags. A bedroom has a bed, lamp, maybe a closet. Schemas help you understand the world quickly, but they can also add details that were never there. If you remember an office, you may later include books even if the office had none, simply because books belong to the idea of office. The brain does not always preserve the exact scene. It preserves the meaning of the scene and then rebuilds details that match that meaning. This is why memory is often better at the gist than the specifics. You may remember that someone was rude, but not the exact words. You may remember that a room felt unsafe, but not which details created that feeling. You may remember the emotional conclusion more strongly than the raw evidence. And because emotion acts like a highlighter, it can make some parts of an event feel enormous while others disappear. Fear, embarrassment, anger, and longing do not simply sit beside memory. They help shape what is stored and what is later retrieved. In a frightening situation, for example, attention may narrow. A person may remember the weapon more clearly than the face holding it, a phenomenon often discussed in eyewitness research. The mind is trying to survive, not produce a perfect legal transcript. It saves what seems urgent. It may lose what later matters. But afterward, when someone asks, "Are you sure?" the brain may fill the missing spaces with the most plausible version. And if that version is repeated enough, it can become familiar. Familiarity itself can be mistaken for truth. This is why repeated misinformation can feel more believable over time. The mind sometimes treats fluency, the ease with which something comes to mind, as a sign that it is correct. A false statement heard many times may begin to feel true, not because the evidence improved, but because the brain processes it more easily. Memory has warmed it with repetition. That is why your inner world must be handled carefully. The stories you repeat about yourself can become memories of who you are. I always fail. People always leave. I was never good at this. These may feel like evidence, but sometimes they are summaries built from selected moments, strengthened by repetition and protected by emotion. The brain gathers supporting memories and ignores exceptions until a pattern becomes an identity. This does not mean your pain is fake. It means the mind can turn pain into a permanent-looking archive, even when the full evidence is more complicated. And there is a strange mercy in knowing this. If memory can be distorted, it can also be updated. Not by lying to yourself, not by pretending the past was different, but by returning with more context, more compassion, more accurate detail. A childhood moment that once meant I was unwanted may later become the adults around me were overwhelmed. A failure that once meant I am incapable may become I was unprepared, unsupported, or still learning. The facts may remain, but the meaning can shift. And meaning is often what memory carries most heavily. So when memory replaces evidence without warning, the task is not to distrust your mind completely. That would be another kind of trap. The task is to become gently suspicious of certainty, especially when a memory arrives too perfectly shaped, too emotionally loaded, too eager to prove what you already believe. Ask yourself, did I see this or did I conclude it? Did this happen or did I hear it later? Am I remembering the event or the story I have told about the event for years? These questions do not weaken reality. They protect it. They give the present a chance to breathe before the past rushes in and covers it. Because memory is one of the most beautiful tools you have. It gives you continuity, identity, lessons, tenderness, warning, and meaning. But it is not a camera, and it was never meant to be. It is a living reconstruction, built to guide you, not always to tell the whole truth. And maybe the quiet wisdom is this: before you let an old memory become the judge of a new moment, pause. Look again, listen again. Let the evidence stand for a little while on its own. Somewhere between what happened, what you remember, and what you believe it means, there is a softer and more honest kind of seeing waiting for you. The strange science of feeling watched. Sometimes your skin seems to notice another person before your eyes do. You are walking down a street, sitting in a cafe, standing in a quiet elevator, or leaning over your phone in a room full of strangers, and suddenly there is a small change inside you. A tightening at the back of the neck, a subtle pull to turn around, a feeling that someone's attention has landed on you like a hand without touch. You look up, and perhaps someone really is staring, or perhaps no one is. Either way, the feeling can be powerful enough to seem mysterious, as if the body has some hidden sensor for being watched. But the science is more interesting than a simple supernatural explanation, because the feeling of being watched is not proof that eyes can send invisible beams into your body. It is proof that your brain treats gaze as one of the most important signals in social life. Human beings are deeply visual creatures, but more than that, we are socially visual creatures. We do not only look at objects, we look from minds. We search faces for intention, danger, kindness, rejection, attraction, suspicion, and belonging. A pair of eyes is not just another shape in the world. To the brain, eyes are clues about what someone else knows, wants, notices, or may do next. This is why human eyes are unusual compared with many animals. The white part around the iris, called the sclera, makes gaze direction easier to read. You can often tell where someone is looking from across a room, even with very little detail, because our eyes are built to reveal attention. In a social species, that matters. If someone is looking toward danger, you need to follow their gaze. If someone is looking at your face with anger, you need to prepare. If someone is looking away while you speak, you may feel ignored. Gaze is a silent language, and your brain is fluent in it before you ever learn words. Infants, very early in life, begin responding to faces and eye direction. Adults automatically follow another person's gaze, even when it is irrelevant to the task in front of them. A phenomenon often called gaze cueing. If a face looks to the left, your attention is gently pulled left, even if you are told not to pay attention to it. This happens fast, quietly, and often without conscious permission. The brain has specialized networks for reading faces, biological motion, and social attention, including areas involved in processing eye direction and regions tied to emotional alertness, such as the amygdala. The amygdala is not simply a fear center, as people often say too loosely, but it does help evaluate relevance and possible threat. A direct gaze can activate emotional systems more strongly than an averted gaze, especially when the expression is ambiguous or intense. This makes sense. Someone looking directly at you may be about to speak, judge, approach, challenge, or connect. Their attention changes your situation. The strange part is that you do not need a clear stare to feel it. Peripheral vision is especially sensitive to movement, contrast, and broad patterns, and your brain can detect face-like arrangements with very little information. A slight head angle, a dark shape where eyes might be, a pause in someone's movement, a reflection in glass, or the posture of a nearby body can be enough to raise the question, am I being observed? Once that question appears, your attention sharpens. Your body may prepare before you have evidence. Heart rate may shift. Muscles may tighten. You may become aware of your own posture, your facial expression, your hands, your clothing, the way you are standing. Being watched does not only change what you notice outside, it changes how you feel inside yourself. You become an object in your own awareness. This is one reason the feeling can be uncomfortable. Under another person's gaze, the private self becomes public. The version of you that was simply existing becomes the version of you that can be evaluated. Psychologists have studied this in many ways. Even simple images of eyes can influence behavior. In some experiments, pictures of watching eyes have made people act more generously or follow rules more carefully, though the strength of this effect depends on the situation and is not always consistent. Still, the general idea is revealing. The suggestion of being watched can change behavior because reputation matters to humans. Long before modern cities, cameras, and social media, survival depended on group life. To be seen by others could mean protection, status, shame, punishment, attraction, trust, or exclusion. The brain learned to care about eyes because eyes often predicted social consequences. This is also why the feeling of being watched can become stronger when you are anxious. Anxiety turns up the importance of possible threat. In an uncertain room, an anxious brain may treat ambiguous cues as meaningful more quickly. A whisper becomes about you, a glance becomes judgment, a pause becomes suspicion. This does not mean the feeling is fake. The body truly feels watched. but the feeling is not always accurate evidence of an actual stare. It is an alert signal created from partial information, emotional state, and social expectation. There is a famous question people often ask. Can you tell when someone is staring at the back of your head? Careful studies have not provided strong evidence for a reliable psychic ability to detect unseen gaze. When people seem to guess correctly in everyday life, several ordinary explanations may be involved. They may have noticed small cues without realizing it. A reflection, a sound, a shift in light, a person becoming still, or someone's body orientation. They may also remember the hits and forget the misses. If you turn around 10 times feeling watched and only once someone is staring, that one moment feels magical, while the other 9 vanish from memory. The mind loves meaningful coincidences, but the absence of supernatural proof does not make the experience boring. It makes it more intimate. The feeling of being watched shows how much of yourself is built in relation to other minds. You are not only a brain processing objects in space, you are a social organism constantly measuring attention. Who sees you? Who ignores you? Who approves? Who threatens? Who understands? A stare can feel heavy because attention has weight in human life. It can warm you when it comes from love, freeze you when it comes from hostility, embarrass you when it comes from a crowd, and steady you when it comes from someone who truly listens. The same biological system that alerts you to possible judgment also allows connection. To be seen is not always danger. Sometimes it is recognition. Sometimes it is the beginning of empathy. Sometimes it is how a child learns they matter, how a friend silently says they are present, how a stranger communicates trust without a word. But because gaze can carry so many meanings, the brain treats it carefully. It watches for being watched. It builds a map not only of objects, but of attention itself. And maybe this is why the sensation feels so eerie. It reminds you that your experience is never completely private when others are near. Even before anyone speaks, invisible social lines are forming across the room. Someone's eyes can pull your attention. Your posture can answer. Their glance can change your breathing. Your glance can change them. No magic is required, only nervous systems shaped by millions of years of living together. So the next time you feel that quiet signal at the back of your awareness, do not rush to call it supernatural, and do not dismiss it as nothing. Treat it as something more human. Your brain listening for another mind. Maybe someone is watching. Maybe your body has caught a small cue your conscious mind missed. Maybe anxiety has turned uncertainty into alarm. Maybe you are simply feeling the ancient social truth that to be human is to be visible, vulnerable, and always partly reflected in the eyes of others. The mystery is not that you can feel watched. The mystery is that another person's attention can change the shape of your inner world without touching you at all. Why familiar places can suddenly feel unreal. A familiar room can become frightening, not because it has changed, but because the feeling of recognition briefly fails to arrive with it. You may be standing in your own kitchen, walking down a street you have crossed 100 times, looking at your bedroom in the afternoon light, or sitting in a place that should feel completely ordinary, and suddenly something is off. The walls are the same, the objects are where they should be. The colors have not shifted in any obvious way, and yet the place feels staged, distant, artificial, almost like a memory of itself rather than the real thing. Nothing has disappeared, but the invisible warmth of familiarity has gone quiet. This is one of the most unsettling experiences the mind can produce because it shows you that realness is not only built from what your eyes see, it is also built from a feeling your brain attaches to the world. A quiet emotional stamp that says, yes, this belongs to me. Yes, I know this place. Yes, I am here. When that stamp weakens for a moment, the ordinary can turn strange. In psychology, this can appear in experiences related to derealization, where the outside world feels dreamlike, distant, flat, foggy, or unreal, even though a person usually knows intellectually that reality has not actually changed. It can also resemble jamais vu, the opposite of déjà vu, where something familiar suddenly feels unfamiliar, as if your brain recognizes the facts, but not the feeling. You know this is your street. but it feels like a set. You know this is your own reflection, but it feels slightly detached. You know the room has not transformed, but the emotional signal that normally makes it feel natural has failed to bind itself to the scene. And that is the key. Familiarity is not a single thing. It is a collaboration between perception, memory, emotion, body state, attention, and context. Your brain does not merely identify a place by matching visual details, like a machine scanning a picture. It also retrieves associations. What usually happens here, how your body usually feels here, what this place means to you, whether it is safe, whether it is yours, whether it belongs to the story of your life. A familiar place feels familiar because many systems agree at once. The visual system says, I have seen this layout before. Memory says, I know what this place is. Emotion says, it carries a certain tone. The body says, I know how to move here. Attention relaxes because fewer surprises are expected. But when stress, exhaustion, anxiety, grief, sleep deprivation, sensory overload, or sudden emotional shock disrupts that agreement, the place may still be recognized without being felt. It becomes known but not intimate, present but not fully inhabited. This can happen after long periods of worry, when the nervous system has been running in a heightened state for too long. The brain, trying to protect you from overload, can create a sense of distance, almost like lowering the emotional volume on the world. For some people, this detached feeling appears during panic or intense anxiety, not because they are going crazy, but because the body has entered a threat state. Breathing may change, blood flow patterns may shift, muscles may tense, attention may narrow, and the brain may treat the world less like home and more like something to monitor from a distance. The result can feel eerie. The room becomes too sharp or too flat. Sounds feel slightly separated from their source. Faces look normal but somehow strange. And the self feels like it is watching life through glass. In that moment, the unreality is not proof that the world is fake. It is a sign that the brain's normal sense of presence has been interrupted. Even lighting can contribute. A familiar place seen at an unusual hour, under different shadows, after travel, during illness, or when you are emotionally changed can feel subtly wrong because the cues do not match the stored atmosphere. Your brain expects one version of the place, but receives another. Think of returning to your childhood home after years away. The facts may be familiar, but the scale feels wrong, the air feels different, and the person you were when the place became meaningful is no longer fully available. The house is real, yet it feels unreal because the relationship between place and self has changed. This is why familiar places can feel strangest during transitions, after a breakup, after losing someone, after moving away, after returning from a long trip, after a frightening experience, or after a period of isolation. The place may be the same, but you are not meeting it with the same nervous system. Familiarity depends on continuity, and when your inner life has shifted too quickly, the outer world may seem to lag behind. The room still says, this is normal, but your body no longer answers in the old language. There are also neurological reasons. The feeling of realness can flicker. The temporal lobes are deeply involved in memory and recognition, and unusual activity there has sometimes been linked with strange familiarity experiences. Migraine, seizure disorders, certain substances, sleep loss, and severe stress can all affect perception and presence in different ways. This does not mean every moment of unreality is dangerous. Brief episodes can happen to many people, especially under pressure or fatigue. But if the feeling is frequent, intense, frightening, or interferes with daily life, it is worth speaking with a qualified health professional, because the mind and body may be asking for care. Still, as a human experience, the sudden unreality of a familiar place teaches something profound. Home is not only a location, it is a state the brain creates when memory, safety, body, and meaning line up. The feeling of being here is not automatic. It is an achievement repeated quietly all day long. Most of the time, the achievement is so smooth that you never notice it. The chair feels like your chair. The street feels like your street. The morning light feels like part of your life. But when the system falters, you glimpse the hidden machinery behind belonging. You discover that reality is not just made of objects. It is made of attachment to objects, emotional trust in spaces, and the deep bodily confidence that the world is continuing as expected. So if a familiar place suddenly feels unreal, the most helpful response is often not to argue with the feeling, but to ground the body back into the present. Notice the weight of your feet. Touch something textured. Name a few objects slowly. Breathe in a steady rhythm. Let your eyes move gently around the room and remind yourself, not with panic, but with patience. This is a feeling of distance, not proof of danger. The place has not vanished. The bridge between recognition and presence has only gone thin for a moment. And sometimes, after a little rest, after water, after sleep, after calm returns to the body, the world quietly becomes ordinary again. The room stops looking like a stage. The street returns to being a street. The familiar warmth comes back, not dramatically, but softly, like a lamp turning on behind a curtain. And you may understand in a deeper way than before that reality is not only what stands in front of you, it is also the fragile feeling of arriving inside it. The brain's secret editor. How reality gets smoothed over. Every day, your brain quietly deletes the rough edges of reality before you ever get the chance to see them. It does not hand you life as a raw recording, full of flickers, jumps, gaps, blurs, interruptions, and mismatched fragments. It edits, it stabilizes, it blends one moment into the next, removes what would distract you, fills what would feel broken, and presents the final version as if the world itself were smooth. You feel as though you are moving through one continuous stream of experience. But underneath that stream is a nervous system constantly patching small cracks in the image. Think about blinking. You blink thousands of times a day, and each blink briefly blocks light from entering your eyes. If perception were a simple camera feed, your day would be filled with tiny blackouts, like a broken film reel cutting to darkness again and again. But you do not experience that. The room does not flash off. The face in front of you does not disappear between eyelid movements. The brain simply removes the interruption from the story. It knows, from constant experience, that the world probably did not vanish just because your eyelids closed for a fraction of a second, so it carries the scene across the gap. It protects continuity. It lets the chair remain a chair, the street remain a street, the person remain present, even though the incoming visual information has been briefly interrupted. This is not a small trick. It is one of the basic reasons reality feels stable instead of fractured. The same kind of hidden editing happens whenever you move your eyes, turn your head, walk through a hallway, or shift your attention. The image reaching your retina changes constantly, sometimes dramatically, but the world does not feel like it is sliding, shaking, or tearing apart because your brain distinguishes between movement caused by the outside world and movement caused by your own body. When you turn your head, the visual scene sweeps across your eyes, yet you do not think the room is spinning. Your brain uses signals from your muscles, balance system, and motor commands to explain the change. I moved, not the world. This inner copy of your own movement command, sometimes called a corollary discharge or efference copy, helps the brain cancel out self-made disturbance. It is why you cannot tickle yourself as effectively as someone else can. When your own hand moves toward your ribs, the brain has already prepared for the sensation and dampens its surprise. But when another person touches you, the signal is less predictable, so it arrives with more force. In other words, the brain edits not only what you see, but also how strongly you feel what you caused yourself. It lowers the volume on your own predictable actions so the world does not become unbearable. Imagine if every step, every shirt brushing your skin, every movement of your tongue, every heartbeat, every tiny shift of your body arrived in consciousness with full intensity. You would drown in yourself, so the brain smooths. It fades constant sensations into the background. The smell of a room weakens after you have been inside it for a while. The pressure of your shoes disappears from awareness until something changes. The hum of a machine becomes invisible to attention until it stops. This process, often called sensory adaptation, is one of the brain's quiet mercies. It does not mean the signals are gone. It means the brain has decided they are no longer useful enough to keep in the center of awareness. It saves your mind for change, contrast, novelty, and possible importance. Reality is not smoothed because the brain is lazy. It is smoothed because a fully unfiltered world would be too much to live inside. Another part of this secret editing is completion. Your brain often perceives whole objects even when only parts are visible. If a cat walks behind a fence, you do not see separate pieces of cat appearing between the slats and assume there are many broken animals. You perceive one cat partly hidden. If a cup is partly behind a book, you still experience it as a complete cup. This is called amygdala completion. The brain understands the hidden parts of objects without actually seeing them. It is not hallucinating wildly. It is using the structure of the world to make a sensible inference. Solid objects usually continue behind obstacles. People do not stop existing when a door frame covers half their body. The brain uses this knowledge to preserve a stable world. Without that ability, every blocked view would be chaos. A person passing behind a tree would seem to fragment. A car moving behind a pole would appear to vanish and reappear as separate events. The editor keeps things whole, because wholeness is usually the most useful explanation. This is why a movie works at all. A film is not continuous motion in the physical sense. It is a sequence of still images shown rapidly enough for the brain to experience movement. Your mind links the frames, fills the tiny spaces between them, and gives you action, emotion, and flow. The same principle operates in everyday perception. The brain does not need infinite information to create continuity. It needs enough information arranged in a way that fits its expectations. And when the information is incomplete, it often chooses the most coherent version. That coherence can be beautiful, but it can also hide errors. You may miss small changes in a room because the overall scene still makes sense. You may fail to notice a typo because the sentence's meaning carries you forward. You may assume an object stayed where it was because nothing in the scene forced your brain to update the model. The editor is always balancing accuracy with usefulness. Too much correction and you miss surprise. Too little correction and the world becomes unstable. What you experience as ordinary reality is the compromise. There is also emotional smoothing. After a stressful event, your mind may simplify the scene into a clean story. I was in danger. They were angry. I failed. Everything went wrong. But the real event may have been messier, full of neutral details, mixed motives, uncertain signals, and moments that did not fit the emotional summary. The brain often turns complexity into a shape you can carry. It does this not only with perception, but with life itself. It trims, groups, highlights, and softens. This is why your day becomes a story by night. You did not consciously choose every detail that remained. The brain edited the footage. It kept what felt important, merged what felt similar, and let countless small moments dissolve. You are not lying when you remember the day as simple. You are experiencing the mind's need to make continuity from abundance. But this hidden editor deserves your respect and your caution. It allows you to walk through the world without being shattered by every flicker and interruption. Yet it also means your experience is never the raw world exactly as it happened. It is the world made livable. The blink removed, the movement stabilized, the background faded, the hidden object completed, the repeated sensation quieted, the scattered moment turned into a scene, the scene turned into meaning. And once you understand this, ordinary awareness becomes a little more mysterious. The calm room around you is not simply calm. It has been made calm by a brain that is constantly working to keep experience from breaking apart. So the next time life feels seamless, pause gently and imagine the invisible editor behind it all, cutting darkness out of your blinks, smoothing motion across your eyes, lowering the noise of your own body, keeping objects whole when they disappear behind corners, and stitching one second to the next with such skill that you mistake the edited version for the only version. Reality may be rougher than it feels, but your brain has learned to make it breathable. And perhaps that is one of the quietest miracles of being conscious. You do not live in the raw footage of the universe. You live in the softened cut, Your mind prepares so you can keep moving through it. When your mind fills in missing time, sometimes the mind does not remember time passing. It quietly invents a bridge and lets you walk across it as if nothing was missing. You may have felt this in small, ordinary ways. You look at a clock and the first second seems strangely long, as if the clock has frozen for a heartbeat before time begins moving again. You drive a familiar road and suddenly realize you remember the beginning and the end, but not the middle. You read a page and reach the bottom without knowing what your eyes just crossed. You drift in thought for what feels like a few seconds, then discover several minutes have vanished. These moments can feel eerie because they reveal something we usually never question. Your experience of time is not a perfect recording. It is built, repaired, stretched, compressed, and sometimes filled in after the fact. The brain does not give you time as a clean ruler with every mark preserved. It gives you a lived timeline, a story smooth enough to feel continuous, even when attention has skipped, awareness has dimmed, or memory failed to store the passing seconds in detail. One of the most fascinating examples is the stopped clock illusion, also called chronostasis. You shift your gaze to an analog clock, and for a brief moment the second hand seems to pause longer than it should. The clock is not broken. Time is not slowed outside you. Instead, your brain is adjusting your experience around the rapid eye movement that brought the clock into focus. During that eye movement, visual information is briefly reduced so the world does not smear wildly across your awareness. But the brain does not leave you with an obvious gap. It appears to backdate the first stable image after your eyes land, making it feel as if you had been seeing that clock face for slightly longer than you actually had. A fraction of missing visual time is patched with the first clear thing you saw. The result is a tiny illusion. The second hand seems to hold still. What feels like an external pause is really your brain filling a silent crack in perception. And although this illusion is small, it points to a much larger truth. Your mind is always trying to preserve continuity. It does not want you to feel the breaks, interruptions, and blank spaces that happen inside attention. It wants you to feel like one continuous person moving through one continuous world. But attention is not continuous in the way it feels. It pulses, it shifts. It drops some information while prioritizing other information. In experiments on the attentional blink, when two important visual targets appear close together in a rapid stream, people often notice the first one, but miss the second if it appears too soon afterward. Their eyes may be open, the stimulus may be right there, but awareness does not fully catch it. It is as if attention needs a moment to recover, and during that recovery, part of the world can pass by without becoming part of conscious experience. Yet in daily life, you rarely feel these misses as holes. You do not experience a black tear in time. You simply continue. The brain moves forward and later assumes the world remained coherent. This is why missing time can feel so invisible. You do not notice what was never encoded. You only notice later when the story has a strange gap. Why did I walk into this room? What happened during the last few minutes of the drive? Did I already lock the door? The body may have acted, but conscious memory did not mark the action strongly. Routine makes this even more likely. When a task is familiar, the brain can run much of it on automatic patterns. Brushing your teeth, taking the same route home, washing a cup, scrolling past similar posts, closing an app, placing your phone down. These actions may happen with little attention because nothing seems new enough to deserve a strong memory. Later, when you ask, "Did I do it?" the mind may offer only a vague impression, not because you were absent in a dramatic sense, but because the moment was too predictable to be stored richly. Memory loves change, emotion, surprise, and decision. Repetition often leaves a lighter trace. This is why a week full of identical days can feel short when you look back, while a single day in a new city can feel long and full. Time in the moment and time in memory are not the same. In the moment, boredom can stretch time painfully, but later, because little was encoded, that same period may collapse into almost nothing. A novel experience may feel demanding while it happens, yet later it expands because the brain stored many landmarks. Your remembered time depends partly on how many meaningful changes your mind kept. When there are few landmarks, the brain compresses the journey. When there are many, it lengthens the story. This is why childhood summers can seem enormous in memory, while adult months sometimes vanish with frightening speed. It is not simply that time has changed. Your brain has changed how much of it becomes memorable. But the mind does not tolerate empty timelines easily. When it lacks detail, it often fills the space with assumptions. You may not remember the exact act of turning off the stove, but if you always turn it off after cooking, your mind may lean toward, yes, I did. Or if you are anxious, it may lean toward, what if I didn't? In both cases, the gap becomes a stage where habit or fear can speak louder than evidence. This is why missing time can become so unsettling when stress is high. The brain tries to reconstruct what happened, but instead of clear memory, it finds fragments. A sensation, a routine, a worry, a faint image. Then it tries to build a sequence. Sometimes it gets it right. Sometimes it fills the blank with the most familiar pattern. Sometimes it fills it with the most frightening possibility. And because the finished reconstruction can feel smooth, you may not realize how much was guessed. There are also moments when the mind fills time after interruptions. Imagine being startled out of a daydream. For a second, you may feel as if you have returned, even though your body never left the room. During the daydream, awareness was absorbed in inner imagery, planning, memory, or fantasy. The outside world did not stop, but it became less central. When attention returns, the brain quickly reattaches you to the present, often without preserving the full transition. It is like waking from a shallow dream while still standing upright. The missing seconds are not always lost completely. They may simply not have been organized into the main story of what I was doing. This teaches a quiet lesson about consciousness. Being awake is not one steady brightness. It has degrees. You can be physically present while mentally elsewhere. You can perform actions while your reflective self is dimmed. You can pass through time without gathering much of it into memory. And still, the mind protects the illusion that you were fully continuous. It ties the before and after together. It gives you a self that feels unbroken. That may sound like deception, but it is also mercy. If you felt every attentional gap, every weakly stored second, every skipped detail, life would feel jagged and unstable. The brain feels missing time because a broken timeline would be hard to live inside. You need continuity to feel like yourself. You need the sense that, I was here a moment ago, I am here now, and I am moving forward. The strange part is that this sense is partly constructed. Your mind is not only remembering time, it is maintaining your identity through time. And perhaps that is why missing time feels so haunting when you finally notice it. It reminds you that the self is not a perfect witness. It is a storyteller trying to stay whole. So the next time a minute disappears, a clock seems to pause, a familiar road vanishes from memory, or you realize your body completed a task while your attention was somewhere else, do not rush to fear it. Let it remind you how quietly your brain works to keep life seamless. It is not saving every second. It is saving enough to make a path. It gathers moments, drops others, stretches some, compresses many, and when there is a gap, it lays down a bridge so gently that you usually mistake the bridge for the road itself. Time may move forward outside you, steady and indifferent, but the time you live is shaped from attention, memory, novelty, and meaning. And somewhere inside that shaping, your mind is always doing something tender and strange, repairing the missing pieces of your life before you even know they were gone. The blind spot your brain hides from you. There is a small hole in your vision that follows you everywhere, and the strangest part is that you have almost never seen it. Right now, as your eyes move across the world, there is a place in each eye where you are completely blind. Not slightly blurry, not weak, blind, a real missing patch in the image. Yet your life does not look like it has two dark holes floating inside it. You do not walk through the day seeing empty circles cut out of faces, walls, roads, or skies. The world appears full, continuous, and reliable. That quiet confidence is one of the brain's most elegant illusions. The blind spot exists because of the way the eye is built. At the back of your eye is the retina, the delicate layer that receives light and turns it into signals for the brain. Across most of the retina are light-sensitive cells that respond to the world. But there is one point where the optic nerve exits the eye, carrying visual information toward the brain. This exit point is called the optic disc, and because the nerve fibers leave through that area, there are no photoreceptors there. No rods, no cones, no light-detecting cells. If an image falls exactly on that spot, your eye cannot see it. It is as if the camera has a tiny place on its sensor that records nothing. But unlike a camera, your brain does not show you the blank. It hides it. It uses the surrounding pattern, the other eye's information, memory of the scene, and assumptions about what probably continues there to fill in the missing area so smoothly that the absence disappears from experience. You can reveal this blind spot with a simple test. Close one eye, stare at a fixed mark, and move another small mark slowly across your field of vision. At the right distance, the second mark vanishes, not fades, vanishes. For a moment it falls into the hole. Yet even when the mark disappears, you do not see a black patch where it was. If the background is white, the gap becomes white. If the background has lines, the lines may seem to continue. If the background has a simple texture, the texture spreads across the missing space. That is the most fascinating part. The brain does not fill the blind spot with darkness. It fills it with the most likely continuation of the world. It says quietly, "Nothing special is missing here," and you believe it. This means your visual experience includes a place where the brain is not reporting information, but covering the absence of information. It is not lying in a dramatic way. It is preserving a useful world. Most of the time, this works perfectly because the blind spot is small. One eye can help cover the other eye's gap, and the world is usually predictable enough for the brain to complete the pattern. But the fact remains, part of what feels like seeing is actually inference. Part of what feels like complete reality is a repair, and that repair is happening all the time without asking your permission. This gives a new meaning to the phrase, "I saw it with my own eyes." Your eyes are not complete witnesses. They have anatomical limits, and your brain compensates for those limits before you notice. It is tempting to think of blindness as something obvious, something that would announce itself with darkness. But the blind spot teaches the opposite. Sometimes the most powerful absence is the one your mind makes invisible. The brain is not built to show you every defect in its own data. It is built to give you a stable scene so you can act. If every missing piece were marked with a warning sign, your visual world would be distracting and fragmented. So the brain chooses smoothness over honesty in the tiny places where honesty would not help you much. It gives you continuity because continuity is useful. You do not need to know about the blind spot to pick up a cup, recognize a friend, or cross a room. But once you understand it, the ordinary act of seeing becomes more mysterious. You realize that perception is not just a flow of information from outside to inside. It is a collaboration between the world, the eye, and the brain's ability to complete what the eye cannot provide. This filling in process is not limited to the blind spot alone. The brain often uses surrounding information to stabilize visual experience, but the blind spot is the clearest physical example because the missing area is built into the eye itself. It is not a mood. It is not a belief. It is not a metaphor. It is a biological whole, covered by a neurological patch, and perhaps that is why it feels so unsettling. The blind spot proves that you can be missing something right in front of you and feel no missing at all. The absence does not feel like absence. It feels like reality. From there, the lesson widens gently. If your brain can hide a literal gap in vision, what else might it be smoothing over in your experience? Not in a paranoid way, not as if nothing can be trusted, but in a humble way. Maybe confidence is not always a sign of completeness. Maybe the feeling that nothing is missing is sometimes just the mind doing its job too well. In daily life, you may think awareness means full access, but the blind spot reminds you that awareness is selective and repaired. You are not given every detail. You are given a usable version. The world you experience is not raw data spread perfectly across consciousness. It is a living image, maintained moment by systems that evolved to keep you moving, safe, and oriented. And this should not make you distrust your senses entirely. That would be the wrong lesson. Your vision is astonishing. Your brain is not foolish. It is so skilled that it turns a flawed biological instrument into a seamless visual world. The real lesson is gentler and deeper. Perception feels complete because the brain completes it. Certainty feels solid because the gaps are hidden. The blind spot is not only a defect in the eye, it is a doorway into understanding how much of experience is quietly supported by invisible work. So the next time you look at a blue sky, a page, a face, or your own hand, remember that somewhere inside that clear scene is a small absence your mind has already covered for you. You do not see the whole, because the brain has dressed it in the color of the world around it. And maybe that is one of the quietest wonders of being human. You are always looking through a tiny missing place, yet somehow the world still appears whole. Change blindness and the vanishing world. A whole piece of the world can disappear in front of your eyes, and your mind may still insist that nothing happened. This is the unsettling lesson of change blindness. You can look directly at a scene, feel awake, feel alert, feel certain that you are seeing what is there, and still fail to notice a major change if your attention is not placed in the right moment. It sounds impossible until you realize that seeing is not the same as noticing. Your eyes can receive information, your brain can process the general shape of a scene, and yet the specific difference can pass through awareness like a stranger slipping through a crowded station. Imagine looking at a photograph of a street. Cars, windows, trees, signs, people walking, a doorway, a patch of sky. If the picture briefly flickers off and comes back with one large object changed, perhaps a building color, a missing tree, a different sign, you might expect to catch it instantly. But in classic change, blindness experiments, people often take much longer than expected to identify even obvious changes when the brief interruption prevents the motion cue that normally draws attention. The change is there, but it does not announce itself. The brain sees the scene as a whole, but it has not stored every detail with equal importance. It keeps a rough understanding. Street, buildings, objects, layout, nothing urgent. Unless attention lands on the changed area, the difference may remain invisible. This reveals something deeply important about perception. The world does not enter your awareness as a complete inventory. You do not carry a perfect internal copy of every object around you. Instead, your brain builds a working understanding of the scene, enough to guide behavior, enough to know where you are, enough to act, but not enough to preserve every small feature, unless that feature matters. Change blindness happens when the brain's assumption of continuity is stronger than its registration of difference. It expects the world to remain stable from one glance to the next, because most of the time it does. That expectation is useful. If every small shift screamed for attention, you would be overwhelmed by shadows moving, reflections changing, leaves trembling, people shifting posture, dust crossing light, your own body changing the view as you breathe. So attention acts like a gatekeeper. It selects, it highlights, it says, "This matters now," and the rest becomes background. But the cost of that efficiency is astonishing. A change can happen in plain sight and still fail to become part of your conscious experience. One of the most famous demonstrations of this involved a simple, real-world interaction. A person stopped a pedestrian to ask for directions. During a brief interruption, such as workers carrying a door between them, the person asking for directions was secretly replaced by someone else. Many pedestrians continued the conversation without noticing they were now speaking to a different person. Not everyone missed it, and the details of attention, similarity, and context matter, but the point remains powerful. Even a human face, even the person directly in front of you, can change without being detected when attention is focused on the task rather than identity. That should feel humbling. It means your confidence in the continuity of the world is partly built on what you think must have stayed the same. You are not constantly rechecking everything. You are trusting the scene. You are trusting that the person remains the person, the object remains the object, the room remains the room. This trust is usually correct, and because it is usually correct, the brain uses it freely. But change blindness exposes the hidden bargain. In exchange for a stable and manageable world, you give up complete awareness of change. This is different from the blind spot, where the eye has a physical gap. Change blindness can happen even when the information reaches the eyes perfectly well. The issue is not only seeing, it is attention, comparison, and memory. To notice a change, your brain must encode what was there before, hold enough of it for a moment, compare it with what is there now, and treat the mismatch as important. If any part of that chain is weak, the change can vanish. This is why sudden motion is so effective at grabbing attention. When something visibly moves, appears, or disappears without interruption, the change itself creates a signal. But if the change happens during a blink, a camera cut, a flash, a glance away, or a moment of distraction, the signal is weaker. The brain may simply accept the new scene as if it had always been that way. This is one reason film editing works so smoothly. Movies cut between angles, compress time, and shift scenes, yet viewers often do not notice continuity errors unless they are specifically looking for them. A cup moves position, a hand changes, a background object disappears, a character's clothing shifts slightly between shots. The story carries attention forward, and the visual details fall behind. Your brain follows meaning more strongly than surface accuracy. It wants the scene to make sense, not to audit every pixel. And this matters far beyond experiments and movies. In everyday life, change blindness can affect driving, work, relationships, and memory of events. A driver may look but fail to notice a cyclist if attention is locked onto cars, traffic lights, or a navigation decision. A person may not notice gradual changes in a loved one's mood because daily familiarity softens the difference. You may miss how much your own environment has changed because each small shift is absorbed into normal life. The world vanishes not only through sudden disappearance, but through unnoticed transformation. A room becomes cluttered one object at a time. A habit becomes harmful one repetition at a time. A relationship becomes distant through tiny missed signals. A version of yourself changes so slowly that one day you look back and wonder when it happened. Change blindness, then, is not only a laboratory curiosity, it is a quiet metaphor with a real neurological base. Attention decides which changes become visible enough to matter. But there is also a hopeful side. Once you know attention has limits, you can use it more wisely. You can slow down when something deserves care. You can look twice before assuming you saw everything. You can build systems that protect against human blindness. Checklists, mirrors, reminders, second observers, better lighting, fewer distractions. Pilots, doctors, drivers, designers, and investigators all rely on this lesson in different ways. The mind is powerful, but it is not a flawless witness. It benefits from structure. It benefits from humility. It benefits from knowing that I looked does not always mean I noticed. And on a personal level, this knowledge can make you more patient with yourself and others. When someone misses something obvious, it may not be laziness. It may be the architecture of attention. When you miss a detail, it does not mean you are careless by nature. It means your mind was selecting from more reality than it could fully hold. The deeper question is not whether the world changes. It is what kind of changes your attention has been trained to catch, and what kind it has been trained to ignore. If you expect danger, you may notice threat and miss kindness. If you expect failure, you may notice mistakes and miss progress. If you expect life to stay the same, you may miss the moment it begins asking you to change with it. So the next time you move through a familiar street, watch a film, speak with someone you love, or glance around a room you think you know, remember that the world is not always vanishing because it hides. Sometimes it vanishes because your attention is elsewhere. Reality may be full of changes waiting in plain sight, quiet as a shifted shadow, ordinary as a missing object, important as a face becoming tired, while you are busy listening only to the words. To see more clearly is not to stare harder at everything. It is to become more aware of attention itself, where it lands, where it refuses to land, and what disappears whenever it turns away. Because the world does not need to become invisible to be lost. Sometimes it only needs you to stop noticing. How expectation alters what you actually see. What you expect to see can arrive before the image does, quietly shaping the world while you still believe your eyes are innocent. Imagine opening a message from someone you worry is upset with you, and before you even read the words, your mind is already leaning toward a meaning. A short reply looks cold, a neutral sentence feels sharp, a delayed response becomes a story. Now move that same principle from language into vision, and the truth becomes even stranger. Expectation does not only change what you think about what you see, it can change what you actually notice, how quickly you recognize it, and sometimes even what your experience seems to contain. Your eyes are not lying to you, but they are not working alone. Vision is not a simple stream where light enters the eye and the brain calmly reports the facts. It is a negotiation between incoming information and what the brain is already prepared to find. Before a shape becomes an object, before a face becomes a mood, before a shadow becomes harmless or threatening, your brain is using context, memory, desire, fear, and habit to narrow the possibilities. This is why the same messy mark can look like a letter in one sentence and a number in another. In a classic demonstration, the exact same symbol can be read as the letter B when placed among letters, or as the number 13 when placed among numbers. The mark itself has not changed. The surrounding expectation has. Your brain uses context like a silent instruction manual, telling perception which interpretation is most likely. And most of the time, this helps you. It lets you read quickly, recognize objects in poor lighting, understand messy handwriting, identify a friend from far away, and make sense of incomplete scenes without stopping to analyze every detail. But the same power that makes perception fast also makes it vulnerable. If you are told that a blurry image contains an animal, you may begin searching for ears, eyes, legs, and movement. If you are told it contains a face, the same blur may suddenly organize itself around human features. Once the brain has a possible answer, it starts pulling the evidence toward that answer. This does not mean you can simply decide to see anything you want. Reality pushes back. The signal matters. A tree will not become a car just because you hope it does. But when information is unclear, incomplete, fast, dim, distant, or emotionally charged, expectation gets more influence. It steps closer to the front of experience. A doctor looking at a scan, a police officer scanning a crowd, a parent listening for a child at night, a driver looking for a parking sign, a tired person walking through a dark hallway. Each one sees through a different readiness. What the brain expects becomes a filter for what stands out first. This is one reason expertise can be powerful. A trained radiologist may notice a faint abnormality in an image that looks meaningless to everyone else, not because their eyes have different lenses, but because their brain has learned what patterns deserve attention. A birdwatcher sees species where others see bird. A chess master sees threats where a beginner sees pieces. A musician watches someone's hands and notices technique before others notice motion. Expectation built from skill can make the world more detailed. It can reveal what ignorance hides. But expectation built from fear can narrow the world. If you expect rejection, you may notice the one person who did not smile and miss the three who did. If you expect danger, you may see threat in uncertainty. If you expect failure, you may detect every sign of weakness while overlooking evidence of progress. The eye gathers light, but attention decides what receives weight. This is where expectation becomes deeply personal. Your past does not only live behind you, it stands in front of your eyes as a kind of lens. A person who has been betrayed may read hesitation as deception. Someone who has been criticized for years may see disappointment in a neutral face. Someone who has learned to feel safe may see the same face and perceive calm. The visual signal is not invented from nothing, but its meaning is tilted by expectation. Even emotion can prepare perception. Studies in psychology have shown that people can detect threatening or emotionally important images more quickly under certain conditions, especially when attention is already tuned for them. The brain is not trying to be fair. It is trying to be ready, and readiness changes the doorway through which reality enters. There is also a subtler form of expectation called perceptual set, where what you have just experienced shapes what you are about to perceive. If you spend time looking at images of animals, an ambiguous outline may become animal-like. If you have been thinking about a certain person, a stranger in the distance may briefly resemble them. If you have just watched a frightening film, an ordinary sound or shadow may seem more meaningful. The world has not necessarily become stranger. Your perceptual system has been primed. It is warmed up for certain possibilities, like a path in tall grass. The more often a thought has been walked, the easier it is for the next perception to travel that way. Advertisers, magicians, filmmakers, and stage designers understand this very well. A magician may guide your expectation toward one hand, while the important action happens elsewhere. A horror film may show you an empty hallway long enough that you begin to see danger before anything appears. A brand may repeat a color, sound, or shape until your brain recognizes it almost instantly. Expectation is not merely internal, it can be designed from outside. Other people can prepare your perception without you realizing it. Tell a crowd to look for suspicious behavior, and ordinary nervousness may seem suspicious. Tell students a test will be extremely hard, and difficult questions may feel even more intimidating. Tell someone a harmless sensation may hurt, and the body may respond more strongly. This touches the nocebo effect, where negative expectation can make discomfort worse, and the placebo effect, where positive expectation can contribute to real changes in pain, mood, and bodily response. These effects are not proof that everything is just in your head. They show that the head is part of the body, and expectation can influence how signals are processed. Seeing, feeling, and believing are more connected than everyday language suggests. But there is an important warning here. Expectation is not the same as truth. A confident perception can still be a guided perception. The fact that something feels obvious does not always mean it arrived untouched. Sometimes it means your brain found the interpretation it was already prepared to find. This is why good science uses controls, blind tests, repeated measurements, and methods that protect us from our own expectations. Scientists know that the human mind can see patterns too easily, can favor results it hopes for, can miss details that do not fit the hypothesis. The scientific method is not just a way to study nature, it is also a way to defend truth from the mind's eagerness. In daily life, you can borrow a softer version of that wisdom. Before you trust your first impression completely, especially when emotion is strong, ask yourself, what was I expecting to see? What else could this be? What would I notice if I expected the opposite? That small pause can loosen the grip of a prepared reality. It can let new evidence enter. It can prevent an old fear from dressing up as fresh perception. And maybe this is the deeper lesson. Expectation is not your enemy. Without it, the world would be slow, confusing, and exhausting. You need expectation to recognize, navigate, understand, and learn. But expectation should be a guide, not a prison. It should open the world, not shrink it. When it is flexible, it helps you see more. When it becomes rigid, it makes the world repeat your past back to you. So the next time something looks obvious at first glance, let a quiet question move through you before certainty hardens. Am I seeing what is here, or am I seeing what my mind arrived ready to find? In that question, perception becomes less automatic and more awake. The world may still be filtered through expectation, because that is how human vision works. But you can learn to notice the filter. And sometimes, noticing the filter is the first moment you begin to see clearly. Why color is not really out there. The apple is not red until your brain turns light into a feeling. That may sound like a trick at first, because color feels so obviously painted onto the world. The sky looks blue, grass looks green, blood looks red, gold looks warm, shadows look gray, and your mind accepts these colors as if they are properties sitting inside objects, waiting for your eyes to collect them. But outside your head, there is no redness floating in the apple, no blueness poured into the sky, no greenness hidden inside a leaf. What exists outside is light, surfaces, and wavelengths, physical patterns of electromagnetic energy bouncing, absorbing, scattering, and reaching your eyes. Color is what happens after that energy is translated by a nervous system. The world offers differences in light. Your brain creates the experience of color. A ripe tomato does not contain red in the way it contains water, skin, seeds, and cells. Its surface absorbs some wavelengths of light and reflects others. Those reflected wavelengths enter your eyes and stimulate cone cells in the retina, mostly 3 types that are sensitive to short, medium, and long ranges of light. Your brain then compares the activity across these cones, processes those differences through visual pathways, and creates the experience you call red. The redness is not in the tomato alone. It is not in the light alone. It is not even in the eye alone. It is the result of a relationship between the object, the illumination, the eye, and the brain that interprets the signal. This is why color is not a simple photograph of reality, but a biological language your brain uses to organize the world. It helps you notice ripe fruit, unhealthy skin, fresh leaves, old food, emotional changes in faces, warning signs, fire, water, and distance. Color is useful, but usefulness is not the same as objective existence. The universe does not need color to be itself. Color is how certain animals, including us, experience parts of light that matter for survival. A bee sees patterns in ultraviolet light that are invisible to you. A dog experiences color differently from you. Some birds have 4 types of cones and may perceive distinctions that human vision cannot imagine. A mantis shrimp has an even more unusual visual system, though its color processing is not simply better in the human sense. The point is not that one creature sees the true colors and another sees false ones. The point is deeper. Color depends on the kind of body doing the seeing. Change the eyes and the world changes its palette. This means the colors you live inside are not universal decorations of reality. They are a species-specific translation. They are your brain's way of turning light into meaning. Even among humans, color is less fixed than it feels. People with different kinds of color blindness may confuse reds and greens, or blues and yellows, because their cone signals are arranged differently. Their world is not colorless nonsense. It is organized through another set of distinctions. And even people with typical color vision can disagree dramatically under certain conditions. Remember the famous dress that some people saw as blue and black while others saw as white and gold? The image was the same, yet the experience split millions of minds into different realities. Why? Because the brain was trying to solve a lighting problem. It had to decide what kind of illumination was falling on the dress. If your brain assumed the dress was in bluish shadow, it mentally discounted that blue light, and the fabric appeared lighter, closer to white and gold. If your brain assumed warmer lighting, it interpreted the same signals differently, and the dress appeared blue and black. The image did not contain a single obvious answer, because color perception is not only about wavelengths reaching the eye, it is also about the brain estimating the light source and the surface beneath it. This ability is called color constancy, and it is one of the reasons the world usually looks stable. A white shirt looks mostly white at noon, at sunset, or under indoor lighting, even though the actual light reaching your eyes changes dramatically. Your brain corrects for the lighting so objects keep their identity. Without this correction, every cloud passing over the sun would make the world seem to change its materials. But color constancy is also why illusions happen. The same correction that makes the world stable can create different experiences when the lighting is ambiguous. In other words, your brain is not merely asking, "What wavelength is this?" It is asking, "What surface would cause this signal under these conditions?" That is a much more complicated question, and the answer becomes your color experience. This is why 2 colors can be physically different yet look the same under certain lights, a phenomenon called metamerism. It is also why a paint sample that looked perfect in a store can look wrong in your room. The object did not betray you. The light changed, and your brain's color system responded to a new relationship. Color lives in relationships between light and surface, between cone cells and comparison systems, between background and foreground, between memory and expectation. A gray square can look lighter or darker depending on what surrounds it. A color can seem warmer beside one neighbor and cooler beside another. Artists understand this without needing neuroscience. A color is never alone. It is changed by context. The brain does not perceive colors as isolated numbers. It judges contrast, edges, shadows, patterns, and likely causes. It builds color inside a scene. That is why a shadow is not simply darker light to you. It still allows you to recognize the object as having the same color underneath. The brain separates surface color from illumination as best it can, and when it succeeds, the world feels solid. When it fails, the world becomes magical. Look at a sunset, and you may feel the sky turning orange and pink. But that beauty comes from sunlight taking a longer path through the atmosphere, scattering shorter wavelengths and allowing warmer tones to dominate your view. Look at the blue sky during the day, and the blue is not a blue substance in the air, but the result of shorter wavelengths scattering more strongly through molecules in the atmosphere. Look at a rainbow, and you are seeing sunlight split and reflected inside countless water droplets, arranged from your viewing angle into an arc of color that has no fixed object you could walk up and touch. These colors are real as experiences, but they are not objects. They are events. They happen when light, matter, atmosphere, angle, eye, and brain come together. Perhaps this is why color feels so intimate. It is one of the places where physics becomes feeling. A wavelength by itself has no sadness, no warmth, no danger, no tenderness. Yet your brain turns certain patterns of light into the red of urgency, the blue of distance, the green of life, the gold of evening, the violet of something almost unreal. Culture and language then add another layer. Different languages divide the color spectrum in different ways, and learning color words can sharpen how quickly people categorize certain shades. The boundaries between blue and green, or between red and orange, are not carved into the universe like lines on stone. They are human decisions placed onto a continuous flow of light. The spectrum has no hard borders where one color absolutely ends and another begins. Your brain and your language draw the borders so the world becomes speakable. This does not make color fake. It makes color participatory. It is not out there in the simple way you assume, but it is not meaningless either. Pain is not out there in a flame the same way heat is, yet pain is real to the organism feeling it. Music is not out there in vibrating air the same way pressure waves are, yet music is real to the listener. Color belongs to that same strange category, not a property of the world alone, but a real experience created when the world meets a mind capable of translating it. And once you understand this, ordinary seeing becomes softer and more wondrous. The red apple becomes not less real but more mysterious. The blue sky becomes not a painted ceiling, but a conversation between sunlight, atmosphere, and visual consciousness. The green leaf becomes not merely green, but a living surface reflecting light into a brain that evolved to care about plants, seasons, ripeness, health, and life. You begin to realize that your world is not just made of matter. It is made of interpretations so ancient and automatic that they feel like facts. So the next time you look at a color you love, pause before naming it too quickly. Let it be what it truly is, not a pigment sitting silently in the universe, but a private sunrise inside your nervous system, a translation of light into experience, a reminder that reality is not only what exists outside you, but what awakens when the outside world touches the hidden instruments within. The sound illusions that change. Spoken words. A single syllable can change its identity the moment your brain sees a mouth move. You may think spoken words enter you through the ears alone, as if language were simply a stream of sound traveling from another person's lips into your hearing system. But speech is far stranger than that. When someone talks, your brain does not merely hear vibrations, it solves a puzzle. It combines sound, sight, timing, context, memory of language, rhythm, facial movement, and expectation into one clear sentence that feels effortless. You hear a word and assume the word was fully present in the sound itself, but often it was not. Speech is messy. Real speech is fast, blurred, interrupted, swallowed, bent by accents, muffled by rooms, hidden under noise, and shaped by the speaker's face before your mind ever turns it into meaning. What you experience as a clean word is often the brain's best reconstruction of a noisy signal. One of the most famous examples is the McGurk effect, and it feels almost like a magic trick, except it is real perception. If you hear one syllable, such as bar, while watching a mouth silently shape another, such as gay, your brain may produce a third experience, often something like da. You are not choosing to hear it that way. Even when you know the illusion is happening, the sound can still change. This shows that speech perception is not sealed inside the ear. Your eyes help decide what your ears seem to hear. The movement of lips, jaw, tongue, and face gives the brain clues about which sound is being made, especially because many speech sounds happen too quickly or too subtly for hearing alone to separate perfectly. In a quiet room, this visual help may feel invisible. In a noisy cafe, it becomes powerful. You may not realize how much you lip read every day, but when someone covers their mouth, turns away, speaks through a mask, or talks while background noise rises, understanding often becomes harder. The brain has lost part of the speech signal. It still hears sound, but it has fewer clues for turning sound into words. This is why conversation is not just audio. It is a full-body event. A voice comes with a face. A sentence comes with timing. Meaning comes with expression. And sometimes, when these clues disagree, the brain does not report the disagreement. It blends them into one experience and hands you a word that was never fully spoken in that form. Another beautiful illusion is phonemic restoration. Imagine someone says a sentence, but one speech sound is replaced by a cough or a burst of noise. You might still hear the missing sound as if it were there, because your brain uses the surrounding sentence to fill it in. If the phrase makes sense only with a certain word, the missing piece appears inside perception. You do not hear a blank, you hear a restored word. The brain behaves like a careful listener, finishing a damaged recording, using context to repair what the ear did not receive. This is not laziness, it is how language survives in the real world. If the brain demanded perfect sound before understanding, ordinary conversation would collapse. People speak over traffic, through doors, across rooms, with different accents at different speeds, while chewing, laughing, whispering, or turning away. The speech signal is almost always incomplete, so the brain must be generous. It must guess, but it guesses with intelligence. It uses grammar, meaning, familiar phrases, and the rhythm of speech to decide what likely belongs in the gap. That is why the same unclear sound may be heard differently depending on the sentence around it. A muffled syllable in "I spread the warm bread with" is more likely to become butter than ladder, not because the sound itself changed, but because the sentence prepared the brain for one answer over another. There is also the strange case of sine wave speech, where ordinary spoken sentences are transformed into thin, whistle-like tones that at first may sound like meaningless beeps or alien birdsong. But once you are told what the sentence is, or once your brain catches the pattern, the same strange tones can suddenly become speech. Nothing in the sound has changed. Your brain has changed its interpretation. It has found the human voice hidden inside the pattern. After that, it can be hard to unhear the words. This reveals a remarkable truth. Speech is not only detected, it is organized. Your brain must decide when sound is language and when it is just noise. Once it decides, it recruits the machinery of language and the world becomes verbal. A rhythm becomes syllables. A tone becomes a voice. A pattern becomes someone speaking. In another illusion, a repeated word can seem to transform into different words over time. A person may hear the same sound loop again and again, and after enough repetitions, the brain begins to hear new patterns. A word, then another word, then a phrase that was not intentionally spoken. This happens because repetition loosens the stable interpretation. The brain keeps searching inside the sound, and language networks begin to carve alternate meanings from the same material. It is a reminder that spoken words are partly boundaries drawn by the mind around flowing sound. In real speech, there are no clean spaces between every word the way there are spaces on a page. The sound stream is continuous. When someone says, "Did you eat?" the acoustic signal may run together, yet your brain separates it into words. It places the borders. It decides where one sound ends and another begins. This process is so automatic that you only notice it when listening to a language you do not know. Then speech may sound like an unbroken river, too fast, too smooth, with no obvious edges. But for a language, the brain cuts the river into meaningful pieces. It gives you words. It gives you structure. It gives you the comforting illusion that language arrived already divided. This becomes even more interesting with categorical perception. Many speech sounds exist on a physical continuum, but the brain often hears them as distinct categories. A sound gradually shifting between ba and pa may change in tiny acoustic steps, but your perception can suddenly flip from one category to the other. The brain is not interested in every microscopic difference. It wants to know which meaningful sound was intended. Language depends on categories, so the brain sharpens boundaries that help communication. This makes speech efficient, but it also means you are not hearing sound in a purely raw way. You are hearing sound through the map of your language. A baby's brain is open to many sound differences across human languages, but as children grow, their brains become specialized for the sounds that matter in the language around them. Sounds that are distinct in one language may be hard to separate in another, because the brain has learned which differences are useful. This is why accents can be difficult at first, and why learning a new language can feel like teaching the ear to hear again. You are not simply memorizing words, you are reshaping perception. The most humbling part is that these illusions are not rare failures. They are windows into the normal system. Every conversation depends on this invisible repair work. When you understand someone in a loud room, your brain is restoring missing sounds. When you read lips without realizing it, your brain is combining vision and hearing. When you catch a word from context, your brain is using meaning to guide perception. When you mishear a lyric and then can never hear it the old way again, your brain is showing how interpretation can reshape sound. Speech feels direct because the brain hides the labor. It does not show you the uncertainty, the repair, the blending, the guesswork. It simply lets another person's thought appear inside your mind as words. And maybe that is what makes spoken language so quietly miraculous. Air vibrates for a moment, a face moves, a mouth opens, and your brain builds meaning from fragments before the sound has even faded. But it also means you should carry a little humility into every conversation. You may not always hear exactly what was said. You may hear what context, expectation, noise, and facial cues helped your brain construct. A misunderstood word can become an argument, a tone can be misread, a sentence can be repaired in the wrong direction. The mind is brilliant, but it is not a perfect recorder. It is a listener with imagination, a translator working under pressure, a builder of meaning from incomplete sound. So the next time someone speaks, notice how impossible the act really is. Their voice is not entering you as finished language. It is arriving as waves, bursts, pauses, movements, and clues. And somewhere in the hidden theater of perception, your brain is turning that fragile noise into a human presence. The word you hear is not only in the air, it is also in the meeting between sound and mind, where the brain, trying to understand another person before the moment disappears, changes vibration into meaning and makes speech feel whole. Phantom touch and the body's false map. Your body is not only the body you have, it is also the body your brain believes is there. This is why a person can lose a hand and still feel fingers curling in an empty space. Why a rubber hand on a table can begin to feel strangely like your own. Why a phone vibrating in your pocket can be felt even when the phone is somewhere else. And why a light touch in one place can sometimes seem to echo in another. Touch feels like the most direct sense because it appears to happen exactly where the world meets you. Skin against fabric, fingers against glass, feet against floor, warmth against palm. But the feeling of touch does not live in the skin alone. The skin sends signals, yes, through nerves that carry pressure, vibration, temperature, pain, and movement toward the spinal cord and brain. Yet the experience of my hand, my shoulder, my face, or my missing foot depends on a body map inside the nervous system. Your brain keeps a living model of where your body is, what belongs to it, how large its parts are, and how they relate to each other. This map is not drawn once at birth and left unchanged like a printed diagram. It is constantly updated by touch, vision, movement, balance, muscle feedback, and memory. When everything agrees, you feel naturally embodied. You do not have to think, "This is my arm." You simply live through it. But when the signals disagree, the body can become surprisingly negotiable. One of the clearest demonstrations is the rubber hand illusion. A person hides their real hand behind a screen, while a realistic rubber hand is placed in view. If both the hidden real hand and the visible rubber hand are stroked at the same time in the same rhythm, many people begin to feel as if the rubber hand belongs to them. They may even flinch if the rubber hand is threatened. Nothing magical has happened. The brain is trying to solve a conflict. The eyes see a hand being touched. The skin feels touch happening at the same time. The timing matches. The position is believable. So the brain updates its body map and says, in effect, "Perhaps that is mine." This reveals something deeply strange. Ownership of the body is not as fixed as it feels. It is an active judgment created from matching signals. Your sense of me is partly built from agreement between what you see, what you feel, and what you can move. When the agreement is strong enough, even an artificial hand can borrow the feeling of self. Phantom touch takes this even further. After amputation, many people continue to feel the missing limb, sometimes with vivid detail. A missing hand may itch, a missing foot may feel cramped. Fingers that no longer exist may seem to move, stiffen, burn, or rest in a particular position. This is called a phantom limb, and it is not imagination in the casual sense. The person is not pretending, and the experience is not meaningless. The brain's body map still contains the limb. For years, maybe decades, the nervous system received signals from that hand or leg, controlled it, predicted it, and built it into the person's sense of self. When the limb is gone, the map does not instantly erase itself. The roads remain even when the city has disappeared. Some areas of the somatosensory cortex, the part of the brain that processes body sensations, are organized in a rough body map, sometimes called the sensory homunculus. Neighboring body parts can be represented near each other. After limb loss, the brain can reorganize, and nearby areas may begin to influence the region that once represented the missing limb. In some cases, touching the face or another part of the body can produce sensations that seem to come from the missing hand, because the old map and the new signals overlap in unexpected ways. It is as if the brain receives a message from one address, but delivers it to a place that no longer exists outside the body. This is why phantom sensations are so haunting. They show that the body you feel is not only the physical body present in the room. It is also the remembered, predicted, mapped body carried by the brain. And because the map is real inside the nervous system, pain can be real even when the body part is gone. Phantom limb pain can be severe, not because the person is weak or confused, but because pain is produced by the nervous system, not by tissue alone. Injury, missing input, nerve changes, brain reorganization, and expectation can all contribute. The body's alarm system can keep ringing after the original structure is absent. Treatments such as mirror therapy try to work with the map rather than argue against it. In mirror therapy, a mirror reflects the intact limb, so it looks like the missing limb is present. When the person moves the intact limb while watching the reflection, the brain receives visual feedback that may help update the phantom limb's position or reduce painful tension for some people. It does not work for everyone, and the science is still nuanced. But the idea is powerful. Sometimes the brain can be soothed by giving the body map a better story. Not a lie, but a new pattern of signals that helps the nervous system loosen an old loop. Phantom touch also appears in less dramatic ways. You may feel your phone vibrate when it has not, a common experience often called phantom vibration. This can happen because your brain has learned the pattern of a familiar signal and becomes ready for it. A small muscle twitch, fabric movement, or pressure shift near the pocket can be interpreted as the expected buzz. The body map and attention are primed. The signal is weak, but the meaning is familiar. The brain completes the sensation. In virtual reality, researchers can create the feeling that a digital or artificial body is partly yours by matching what you see with what you do and feel. If your head turns and the virtual body moves correctly, if a virtual arm appears where your arm should be, if timing and perspective align, the brain may extend ownership into the illusion. This has practical importance for prosthetics, rehabilitation, pain research, and understanding disorders of body awareness. A good prosthetic is not only a tool attached to the body. With training and feedback, it can begin to enter the user's body map. A cane used by a blind person can become more than an object held in the hand. Sensation seems to extend to the tip, as if the boundary of touch has moved outward. The brain is flexible enough to include tools, limbs, reflections, and imagined parts into its working sense of the body when the signals are reliable. That flexibility is one of your greatest abilities. It lets you learn to ride a bicycle, drive a car, type without looking, use a spoon, play an instrument, or feel the shape of the ground through shoes. Your body map stretches into the world whenever the world becomes predictable enough to act through. But this same flexibility means your sense of body is not absolute. It is a constantly maintained agreement. When the agreement breaks, the body can feel too large, too small, numb, distant, duplicated, missing, or strangely present where it should not be. And this should not make you fear your body. It should make you respect the hidden intelligence required to feel normal at all. Every ordinary moment of embodiment is a quiet achievement. Your brain is combining skin signals, joint position, muscle effort, vision, balance, and memory into the simple feeling of being inside yourself. You do not wake up each morning and manually claim every limb. The nervous system gives you a body already waiting, but the body it gives you is not just flesh. It is flesh plus map, signal plus interpretation, presence plus history. So the next time you feel a phantom vibration, or notice how naturally a tool becomes part of your reach, or imagine how a missing limb could still ache in the mind's geography, let the lessons settle gently. Touch is not a message stamped directly onto consciousness from the skin. It is a conversation between the body and the brain's idea of the body. And somewhere in that conversation, the self is drawn, revised, defended, and sometimes mistaken. You are not only living in a body, you are living in a map of a body. And the map is so convincing that most of the time you call it me. Why pain can exist without damage? Pain is not a photograph of damage. It is the brain's alarm system deciding that protection is needed. That single idea can feel almost impossible at first, because pain seems so direct, so physical, so obvious. You touch something sharp, your finger hurts. You twist your ankle hurts. You burn your skin, the burn hurts. So it feels natural to believe pain is simply a message sent from injured tissue to the brain, like a red warning light attached to the damaged part. But the nervous system is stranger and more intelligent than that. The body can send danger signals, but pain itself is not created in the finger, the ankle, the back, or the knee. Pain is an experience produced by the brain and nervous system when they judge that something in or around the body may require protection. This means tissue damage and pain are related, but they are not the same thing. You can have damage with little or no pain, like an athlete who finishes a game before realizing they were injured, or a person who cuts themselves and only feels it after seeing the blood. And you can have real, intense pain without clear ongoing damage, especially when the nervous system has become sensitized, stressed, or trained to protect too strongly. This does not mean the pain is fake. It means pain is more than a simple damage meter. It is a protective output, shaped by signals from the body, but also by memory, attention, emotion, stress, sleep, immune activity, beliefs, context, and the brain's prediction of threat. To understand this gently, imagine a smoke alarm. A good smoke alarm is not measuring fire itself. It is detecting signs that fire might be present. Most of the time, that is useful. But a smoke alarm can also go off because of burnt toast, steam, dust, or a system that has become too sensitive. The sound is real. The alarm is real. The person hearing it is not imagining the noise. But the alarm does not always mean the house is burning. Pain can work in a similar way. The body has specialized nerve endings called nociceptors that detect potentially harmful events. Extreme heat, strong pressure, certain chemical changes, tissue stress. These nerves send danger signals toward the spinal cord and brain. But those signals are not pain yet. They are more like raw warnings. The brain must interpret them. It asks, often outside awareness, how dangerous is this? What does this mean? Have I felt this before? Am I safe? Am I tired? Am I afraid? Do I need to stop moving? Only after this whole evaluation does pain arise as a conscious experience. That is why the same physical stimulus can hurt more or less depending on the situation. A small bump may barely register when you are calm, but feel sharp when you are exhausted, anxious, or already overwhelmed. A sore muscle may feel satisfying after exercise if you believe it means growth, but frightening if you believe it means injury. The sensation is filtered through meaning. The nervous system is not trying to be dramatic. It is trying to keep you alive. But sometimes, especially after injury, stress, trauma, inflammation, poor sleep, or long periods of fear around movement, the protective system can become overprotective. This is often discussed under the idea of sensitization. The nerves and spinal cord may become more reactive, and the brain may begin treating normal signals as threatening. A touch that should feel harmless can feel painful. A movement that is safe can feel dangerous. A body area can become guarded, tense, and monitored constantly, which can feed the cycle even further. The more attention pain receives, the more important the nervous system may decide it is. The more fear surrounds it, the louder the alarm can become. Again, this is not weakness. It is learning. The nervous system learns danger the way it learns anything else, through repetition, emotional weight, and protective value. If a certain movement once hurt badly, the brain may later warn you before damage occurs, just in case. It may produce pain earlier, faster, or stronger to prevent a repeat. In the short term, this can protect healing tissue. In the long term, the alarm can remain loud after the original injury has healed. This is one reason chronic pain can continue, even when scans, tests, or structural findings do not fully explain the intensity. But this must be said carefully. No clear damage does not mean nothing is wrong. Something is wrong in the system of protection, sensitivity, interpretation, and regulation. The pain is real, but its cause may not be a fresh wound. It may be a nervous system that has learned to defend too fiercely. This is why pain science has moved away from the old idea that pain is purely mechanical and toward a biopsychosocial understanding where biology, psychology, and life context all matter. Biology includes nerves, inflammation, hormones, muscles, joints, and the immune system. Psychology includes fear, attention, expectations, stress, and past experience. Social context includes work pressure, isolation, trust, safety, support, and the way other people respond to your pain. These are not separate worlds. They meet inside the body. A person who feels safe, supported, and informed may experience pain differently from someone who feels frightened, dismissed, and alone. The tissue may be similar, but the nervous system's interpretation can be different. This is also why words can influence pain. If someone is told their spine is crumbling or their knee is destroyed, even when the findings are common for their age, the brain may hear danger and amplify protection. This is related to the nocebo effect, where negative expectations can worsen symptoms. The opposite can happen too. Reassurance, clear education, gentle movement, and trust can reduce threat. And sometimes pain decreases because the brain no longer feels the same need to protect. This does not mean you can simply think pain away. That would be unfair and untrue. But it does mean pain is changeable because the nervous system is changeable. Movement can become safe again when introduced gradually. A body part can become less threatening when you understand it better. Sleep, stress regulation, pacing, breathing, physical therapy, medical care, and emotional support can all help lower the alarm for many people. The goal is not to ignore pain, because pain is communication. The goal is to understand what kind of communication it is. Sometimes pain says, "Stop, tissue is in danger." Sometimes it says, "I remember danger here." Sometimes it says, "The system is overwhelmed." Sometimes it says, "I am protecting you from a threat that may no longer be present." Learning the difference can change a life, and there is something deeply human in this. Pain is not only a sensation, it is a demand for attention. It pulls the mind into the body and says, "This matters." When pain persists, it can shrink the world, making a person avoid movement, fear the future, distrust their body, and feel trapped inside constant warning. But understanding pain as protection can open a small door. The body may not be broken in the way fear says it is. The alarm may be loud, but alarms can be retrained. The nervous system can learn safety again, slowly, patiently, through evidence repeated in the body. This is why gentle recovery often requires both respect and courage. Respect for the pain as real, and courage to test whether the danger is as large as the alarm claims. So the next time you hear that pain can exist without damage, do not hear it as dismissal. Hear it as a more compassionate truth. Pain is real because the experience is real. But the meaning of pain is not always simple. It is not always a direct measure of harm. It is the brain's protective language, written in sensation, shaped by the body's history, and spoken loudly when the system believes you need care. And perhaps the most important lesson is this: your body is not your enemy when it hurts. It may be a frightened guardian, ringing the bell too hard, asking not only for repair, but for safety, patience, and a new conversation with the brain that is trying, sometimes imperfectly, to protect you. How dreams borrow pieces of waking life. A dream does not invent its world from nothing. It steals small pieces of your waking life and rearranges them while you are too asleep to recognize the theft. A face you passed for half a second in a grocery store may return at night as a stranger who somehow knows your name. A hallway from your old school may connect to the kitchen you stood in yesterday. A sentence you heard in a video, a worry you carried quietly, the shape of a hotel room, the feeling of missing someone, the sound of rain against a window, the color of a jacket, the pressure of an unfinished task. All of it can be broken apart and used again. Dreams are not usually perfect replays of the day. They are more like collages made by a sleeping brain, built from fragments of memory, emotion, bodily sensation, and imagination. This is why they can feel both familiar and impossible. You recognize pieces, but the arrangement makes no ordinary sense. Your brain may borrow the mood from one event, the setting from another, the face from someone you barely know, and the fear from something that has not happened at all. Then weave them into a story that feels real while you are inside it. Scientists sometimes call part of this the day residue effect. Recent experiences often appear in dreams, not always directly, but as traces. If you spend the day learning a task, meeting someone new, worrying about a conversation, playing a game, or moving through a new environment, elements of that experience may show up in sleep. But the brain does not simply press play. During sleep, especially during stages involved in memory processing, the brain is believed to reactivate parts of recent experience and connect them with older memory networks. The hippocampus, important for forming and organizing memories, and the neocortex, where long-term knowledge becomes distributed, communicate in ways that help the brain sort what may be worth keeping, weakening, integrating, or emotionally updating. In simple terms, sleep is not just rest. It is also a time when the brain reviews, reorganizes, and sometimes transforms the material of waking life. Dreams may be one visible, strange surface of that deeper work. Imagine your mind as a workshop after everyone has gone home. The tools are still on the table. Notes are scattered. Half-finished thoughts are lying open. The daylight rules are no longer strict. So the sleeping brain begins moving things around, testing connections that waking consciousness might never make. A childhood memory is placed beside yesterday's anxiety. A person from the past appears in a room from the present. A problem at work becomes a chase through a train station. The logic is emotional more than literal. Dreams often care less about what happened than about what it felt like. That is why an exam dream can appear years after you left school. The dream may not be about school. It may be about being unprepared, judged, late, exposed, or tested. The brain borrows an old setting because it carries the right emotional shape. A dream about losing your phone may not be about the phone itself, but about disconnection, dependency, or the fear of losing access to something important. This does not mean every dream has a hidden symbolic code waiting to be decoded like a secret message. That is too simple. But it also does not mean dreams are meaningless noise. A better way to understand them is as meaningful recombinations without a fixed dictionary. They show what the brain is processing, but they speak in fragments, not in clean explanations. One reason dreams feel so bizarre is that the brain is in a different operating state during sleep. In REM sleep, where vivid dreaming is common, areas involved in emotion and imagery can be highly active, while parts of the prefrontal cortex involved in strict reasoning, self-monitoring, and reality checking may be less engaged than when you are awake. This helps explain why absurd dream events can feel normal at the time. You may accept that your house has no roof, that a dead relative is alive, that you can breathe underwater, or that a city changes shape while you walk through it. The part of you that would normally stop and say, "Wait, this makes no sense," is not fully running the waking inspection system. Meanwhile, emotional salience can become intense. A small fear can become a disaster. A mild desire can become a whole journey. A quiet memory can become a vivid scene. The dream borrows from life, but it also amplifies, compresses, and dramatizes. External sensations can enter too. A sound in the room may become part of the dream's story. A blanket pressing on your leg may become mud, water, or someone holding you down. A full bladder may shape a dream about searching for a bathroom. The sleeping brain does not always wake you immediately. Sometimes it explains the body's signal by building it into the dream. In this way, dreams borrow not only memories, but the present body. They take the signals rising from sleep and dress them in narrative clothing. This is why a dream can feel like a world, even though it is being assembled from both remembered life and current sensation. There is also something called the dream lag effect, where experiences may appear in dreams not only the same night, but several days later, often around a week afterward. This suggests that dream content may be linked with ongoing memory consolidation, not just immediate replay. The brain may return to recent experiences after they have begun to settle into longer-term networks, blending them with older knowledge and emotional themes. This is one reason dreams can surprise you with details you did not know you noticed. The sleeping mind may use scraps that waking attention ignored. A background object, a tone of voice, a place glimpsed briefly, a tension you did not name. Dreams can make you realize that the day left fingerprints in you even when you thought it passed cleanly. But they are not perfect records. You should not treat a dream as proof that something happened or that something will happen. Dreams can mix truth with invention so seamlessly that the result feels important without being accurate. They can also be influenced by stress, trauma, medications, sleep disruption, fever, alcohol, withdrawal, and emotional conflict. Nightmares, in particular, may reflect a brain trying to process threat, fear, or unresolved stress, but they can also become repetitive and distressing when the nervous system is overwhelmed. The fact that a dream borrows from life does not mean it tells the literal truth about life. It means waking experience has entered the sleeping system and been transformed, and that transformation may serve several functions. Some theories suggest dreams help simulate possible situations, rehearse emotional responses, or integrate difficult feelings in a safer offline state. Others emphasize memory processing, creativity, or the brain's attempt to make sense of spontaneous internal activity during sleep. The full purpose of dreaming is still debated, and it may not have one single function. Dreams may be many things at once: memory fragments, emotional regulation, threat rehearsal, creative recombination, body signal interpretation, and the sleeping brain's natural storytelling tendency. What is clear is that dreams reveal how porous the boundary is between day and night. You do not leave waking life behind when you sleep. You carry it with you, but in a loosened form. The day is taken apart. Its pieces are washed in emotion, mixed with older memories, reshaped by bodily sensations, and returned as scenes you could never have planned. This is why dreams can feel intimate even when they are absurd. They are made from your materials. Not always your conscious wishes, not always your deepest truth, but your traces. What you saw, feared, learned, avoided, desired, misunderstood, and felt without words. So the next time you wake from a dream that seems impossible, do not rush to call it random, and do not rush to call it prophecy. Ask instead, what pieces of my waking life did my brain borrow, and why did it place them together this way? The answer may not be clean, it may not arrive as a message, but the question itself can teach you something gentle and strange. Your mind continues working while you disappear into sleep, gathering the broken glass of the day and arranging it into temporary constellations. And for a few hours each night, reality is no longer built from the outside world, but from the echoes it left behind inside you. Why time slows down during fear? Fear does not slow the clock. It makes your brain write the moment in larger letters. When something terrifying happens, a car swerves too close, a glass slips from your hand, a stranger suddenly shouts, your foot misses a step, a shadow moves where you did not expect movement. Time can seem to stretch open. A second becomes wide enough to think inside. The falling object seems to turn slowly. A face seems to sharpen. The sound around you may become distant, thick, or strangely clear. Later, when you remember it, you may feel as if the event lasted far longer than it actually did. This is one of the most powerful illusions of fear. The world does not literally slow down, but your experience of the world changes so dramatically that time feels expanded. To understand why, you have to see fear not as a simple emotion, but as a full-body survival state. The moment your brain detects possible danger, it begins shifting resources toward action. The amygdala, a region deeply involved in detecting emotional importance and threat, helps alert other systems. Stress chemicals such as adrenaline and noradrenaline rise. Heart rate can increase. Muscles prepare. Breathing changes. Attention narrows toward what might matter most. Your brain is no longer interested in the soft background of life. It does not care about the wallpaper, the casual thought you were having, the song playing faintly in another room, or the small ordinary details that were filling the moment before danger appeared. It wants information that could help you survive. Where is the threat? How fast is it moving? Where is the exit? What is your body doing? What must happen next? This intense focusing can make the moment feel fuller because more of your mental energy is pulled into fewer details. You are not calmly experiencing time. You are urgently sampling danger. But there is an important twist. Many scientists think that fear does not necessarily make your brain process the outside world in true slow motion, like a high-speed camera. Instead, fear may make the memory of the event denser. When something is emotionally intense, the brain often stores more detail than it would from an ordinary moment. Not every detail, not perfectly, but enough that the event feels rich when you look back. A boring second leaves little trace. A frightening second can leave many traces. The sound, the angle, the body sensation, the sharpness of the face, the feeling of falling, the thought that flashed through you. Later, when your mind replays all of that stored material, the event seems longer because there is more to unpack. Your remembered time expands. This is why a dangerous moment can feel slow afterward, even if, during the event, your actual ability to read changing visual information was not dramatically improved. The brain may not have given you extra time. It may have given you extra memory. Think of 2 pages in a notebook. One page has only 1 sentence written on it. Nothing much happened. The other page is crowded with details, arrows, marks, warnings, and underlined words. If you later judge how long each page took to live through, the crowded page feels longer. Fear crowds the page. This is one reason childhood memories, accidents, public embarrassment, sudden bad news, or moments of physical danger can seem huge in memory compared with the quiet hours around them. Time in the clock and time in the mind are not the same material. The clock measures duration. The mind measures change, attention, emotion, and memory. During fear, all of those become intense. But fear also changes the body's sense of the present while it is happening. When your nervous system enters a fight, flight, or freeze response, ordinary thinking may become less spacious. Some people feel incredibly alert, as if everything is sharp. Others feel detached, numb, or unreal. Some experience tunnel vision, where attention locks onto the threat and the edges of the world fade. Others remember sound becoming muffled or unusually loud. These differences happen because threat does not create one universal experience. It pushes the nervous system into protection. And protection can look different depending on the person, the situation, and past experience. The brain may prioritize vision over sound, movement over reflection, action over language. This is why someone in fear may later struggle to describe exactly what happened, even though the moment felt unforgettable. Emotional intensity does not guarantee perfect accuracy. It can strengthen some memories while distorting or erasing others. A person may remember the weapon but not the face, the impact but not the seconds before it, the feeling of terror but not the order of events. Fear makes memory important but not flawless. That matters, because the feeling of slow motion can trick you into believing you perceived everything clearly. In reality, your brain was selecting what seemed urgent. Time felt wider, but awareness was not necessarily wider. It may have been narrower and deeper at the same time. Like a beam of light focused so tightly, it burns one spot while leaving the rest in darkness. There is also a predictive reason fear changes time. When danger appears, the brain tries to forecast the next fraction of action. If something is moving toward you, your nervous system does not want a passive description. It wants a usable future. Where will it be next? How should you move? What muscle must tighten? What choice must happen now? This urgent forecasting can make the moment feel stretched because the brain is rapidly running possibilities. In ordinary life, seconds pass quietly because nothing demands a fast decision. In danger, even a tiny interval becomes meaningful. A split second can decide whether you brake, duck, jump, speak, freeze, or reach. The mind gives that interval weight, and when a moment carries weight, it feels larger. This is also why fear can make waiting feel endless. If you hear footsteps behind you at night, the few seconds before you identify the source can feel much longer than a few seconds in daylight. The uncertainty itself expands time. Your brain is not just waiting, it is preparing. It is scanning possible outcomes, holding the body in readiness, listening for change. Time stretches when the future feels unstable, but once the danger is gone, the body does not always return instantly to calm. Stress chemistry can linger. Thoughts may replay the event. Your brain may review what happened again and again, not to torture you, but to learn from it. What was the warning? What did I miss? What should I do next time? This rehearsal can make the frightening moment even more prominent in memory. The event becomes a landmark. Ordinary time flows around it, but the fear moment stands like a tall stone in the mind's landscape. And maybe this is the deeper truth. Fear slows time because survival makes time precious. In calm life, you can afford to let moments pass unnoticed. In danger, the brain treats even the smallest slice of time as something that might save you. It fills the second with urgency, body signals, sharpened attention, and later, heavier memory. The clock keeps moving normally, indifferent and steady, but inside you, time becomes elastic. It stretches where meaning intensifies. It contracts where nothing changes. It thickens where the body says, "Remember this." So the next time you hear someone say that everything happened in slow motion, they may not be describing the physics of the world. They may be describing the biology of fear. They may be describing a nervous system that opened every available channel, carved the moment deeply into memory, and made 1 second feel like a room they had to survive inside. And perhaps that is what fear really does to time. It does not stop it, bend it, or break it. It makes you feel, with terrifying clarity, how much can live inside a single moment when the brain believes that moment matters. The brain's predictive model of the world. Your brain does not wait for the world to explain itself. It wakes up already carrying a forecast. Before your foot touches the floor in the morning, before your eyes fully settle on the room, before the first sound of the day becomes a nameable thing, your nervous system is already preparing for what is likely to happen next. This is the brain's predictive model of the world, a living, constantly updated inner map that does not merely react to reality, but tries to stay one step ahead of it. And this is not a mystical idea or a poetic exaggeration. It is one of the most powerful ways modern neuroscience understands perception, movement, emotion, and even the sense of self. Your brain is trapped inside the dark, silent vault of the skull. It never touches sunlight directly. It never meets a tree, a voice, a face, a street, or another person in their pure form. It receives signals, electrical changes, chemical messages, pressure, vibration, light patterns, body rhythms. From those signals, it must infer what is out there and what is happening inside you. But because signals are always incomplete and the world moves too quickly, the brain cannot afford to build reality from the ground up every second. So it predicts. It uses what has happened before to prepare for what is probably happening now. When you hear the first notes of a familiar song, your brain is already leaning toward the next note. When someone begins a common sentence, your mind often knows where it is going before the words arrive. When you walk downstairs, your body expects the next step to be where the last step taught it to be. When you lift a suitcase, your muscles prepare for the weight you believe it has. And if the suitcase is unexpectedly empty, your arm flies upward because your prediction was too strong for the actual object. That little surprise is not just a mistake. It is the brain discovering the difference between its model and the world. In predictive processing, that difference is sometimes called a prediction error. Though you do not need the technical term to understand the feeling, it is the jolt of oh, the missed step, the wrong note, the door that opens more easily than expected, the person who responds more warmly than your fear predicted. Every surprise is a message from reality saying, update your map. And your brain is doing this all the time, not in one grand conscious decision, but through countless tiny adjustments beneath awareness. It predicts the causes of sensations, then checks incoming information against those predictions. If the match is close, experience feels smooth. If the mismatch is large, attention sharpens. This is why surprise wakes you up. The brain does not need to study what it already expects. It spends its energy on what violates the forecast. In this sense, attention is not just a spotlight. It is often drawn to the places where the model fails. A sudden wrongness, a broken rhythm, a familiar object in an unusual place, a voice sounding different than usual. These moments pull awareness because they reveal a gap between expectation and evidence. But the predictive model is not limited to the outside world. Your brain also predicts your body. It estimates hunger, breath, heartbeat, temperature, fatigue, tension, balance, and the hidden chemistry of emotion. Much of what you call mood begins as the brain interpreting internal signals and predicting what the body needs. A tight chest may be understood as fear in one context, excitement in another, illness in another, grief in another. The body sends signals, but the brain gives those signals meaning inside a situation. This is why emotions can sometimes feel like weather arriving from nowhere. The brain has made an interpretation before your conscious mind has found the story. It is trying to answer a basic question. What state am I in? And what should I do next? Some scientists describe this as the brain maintaining the body, not just representing the world. It predicts what the body will need before the need becomes dangerous. It prepares energy before movement, stress responses before threat, calm before rest, attention before action. You are not only perceiving the world, you are regulating a living organism inside it. And because prediction reaches into both perception and body regulation, it can shape your life in ways that feel deeply personal. If your brain has learned that certain situations are unsafe, it may prepare danger before danger is proven. If it has learned that a place is peaceful, it may soften the body before anything especially calming happens. If it has learned that effort leads nowhere, it may drain motivation before you even begin. If it has learned trust, it may let the world arrive gently. Your past becomes a set of expectations, and those expectations quietly influence what feels possible. This does not mean you are doomed by your past. A predictive model is not a prison. It is a model, and models can be updated, but they do not update from words alone. They update from repeated experience, from new evidence lived in the body, from safe surprises strong enough to teach the nervous system that the old forecast is no longer the only one. This is why healing often takes repetition. The brain must not only be told you are safe, it must gather enough evidence to predict safety. It must experience a different ending many times until the model becomes less defensive. The same is true for learning. A beginner sees confusion, where an expert sees structure because the expert's brain has better predictions. A new driver feels overwhelmed by every mirror, sign, sound, lane, and movement, while an experienced driver has models that organize the road quickly. A child learning to read struggles through letters one by one, while an adult recognizes whole words almost instantly because prediction fills the path ahead. Skill is prediction refined by practice. Wisdom, perhaps, is prediction softened by humility, because the danger of a strong model is that it can become too confident. The brain can begin forcing the world to fit what it expects, ignoring small signals that suggest another possibility. This is how assumptions become invisible. This is how prejudice can shape perception. This is how fear can find proof everywhere, and how hope, when grounded, can help you notice doors that fear would have hidden. The brain's model is always trying to reduce uncertainty, because uncertainty is costly, but life is larger than any model. Reality keeps exceeding the brain's expectations. The world remains capable of surprising you, correcting you, and opening into meanings your old map could not contain. And that may be the most important lesson of predictive perception. You do not live in a finished reality, and you do not live inside a fantasy either. You live in the conversation between the world and the brain's best forecast of it. The outside pushes in, the inside reaches out, experience is born where they meet. So the next time you feel certain about what will happen, what someone means, what you are capable of, or what kind of day this will be, pause gently. Your brain may be offering a prediction, not a prophecy. It may be giving you the most familiar version of the future, not the only one. And in that small pause, something opens. You can let new evidence matter. You can allow surprise to teach you. You can notice when the model protects you and when it limits you. Because your brain is always predicting the world. But your life is not merely the prediction. Your life is also the moment reality answers back. How attention builds your personal universe. Attention is the invisible architect of the world you actually live in. Not the whole world, not the full universe with all its sounds, colors, faces, movements, smells, signals, memories, and possibilities. But the private universe that rises inside you, moment by moment. The part that becomes important. The part that becomes real enough to shape your choices. The part that enters the story of your life. At any second, far more information surrounds you than your conscious mind can hold. Your skin is touching clothing. Air is moving across your face. Sounds are layered in the room. Objects sit at the edge of vision. Your body is sending signals of balance and temperature. Thoughts are forming and dissolving. Memories are waiting nearby. And the world is offering more detail than awareness could ever carry. If consciousness tried to open itself fully to everything at once, it would not become wiser. It would become flooded. So attention selects. It decides what gets brightness and what falls into the background. It is not just a spotlight, though that is a useful image. It is also a gate, a filter, a volume knob, a searchlight, and sometimes a sculptor. What you attend to becomes clearer, louder, more emotionally charged, and more likely to be remembered. What you do not attend to may still exist, but it loses power over your inner world. This is why two people can spend the same afternoon in the same city and come home with entirely different realities. One notices the traffic, the noise, the impatient faces, and the broken pavement. Another notices the warm light on old buildings, the smell of bread from a shop, a child laughing near a fountain, the softness of evening arriving between streets. Neither person invented the city from nothing, but each person's attention built a different city inside them. Your personal universe is not only made from what is available, it is made from what your mind repeatedly chooses or has been trained to notice. Neuroscience shows that attention changes how sensory information is processed. When you focus on a sound, activity related to that sound can become stronger while competing noise is pushed back. When you search for something visually, Objects matching your goal become easier to detect. In the famous cocktail party effect, you may follow one conversation in a noisy room while many other voices fade into a kind of social fog. Yet your own name can suddenly break through because it carries personal importance. That is attention revealing its priorities. It does not treat all signals equally. It asks, what matters to me right now? And the answer changes the world that reaches you. If you are hungry, food signs appear everywhere. If you are in love, one person's name seems to glow on a page. If you are afraid, uncertain sounds become sharper. If you are grieving, reminders attach themselves to ordinary places. Attention is guided by goals, needs, emotions, and history. It follows what you care about, but it also teaches you what to care about by returning to it again and again. This is why attention can become a habit. A worried mind may scan for problems until life feels like a field of warnings. A resentful mind may scan for insults until even neutral moments feel personal. A grateful mind may notice small comforts that another person would walk past without seeing. These are not just attitudes floating in the air. They are patterns of attention, and patterns of attention become patterns of experience. Over time, what you repeatedly notice becomes easier to notice. The brain strengthens roots it uses often. If you practice looking for danger, danger becomes more available. If you practice looking for possibility, possibility becomes more visible. This does not mean you should force yourself to be positive or deny real pain. That would be dishonest. The world contains danger, unfairness, loss, beauty, kindness, boredom, tenderness, and surprise all at once. The question is not whether one side is real and the other is fake. The question is, which parts receive enough attention to become the emotional climate you live in? Attention also builds your sense of self. You are not aware of every part of yourself equally. Some people attend constantly to their mistakes, so the self becomes a courtroom. Some attend to how they appear to others, so the self becomes a performance. Some attend to bodily sensations, so the self becomes a medical investigation. Some attend to curiosity, so the self becomes an open question. Where attention rests, identity gathers. This is why practices like meditation, therapy, journaling, prayer, or deep creative work can change people not by changing the world immediately, but by changing the relationship between attention and experience. Meditation, for example, often begins with something simple like the breath, not because breath is magical, but because returning attention trains the mind to see that thoughts can appear without becoming commands. You learn that attention can move. You learn that not every thought deserves the center of the universe. That discovery is small at first, then enormous, because if attention can move, your inner world is less fixed than it feels. In daily life, attention is constantly being bought, pulled, engineered, and exhausted. Modern screens are built to capture it with novelty, alerts, color, movement, conflict, and reward. The economy of the internet often treats your attention as a resource to be harvested. Every notification says, "Build your universe around me for a moment." Every endless feed offers another object for the mind to attach to. This matters because attention is not just time. It is life becoming conscious. What captures your attention captures part of your existence. Spend an hour in outrage, and outrage becomes the room you lived in for that hour. Spend an hour in careful learning, and knowledge becomes the room. Spend an hour listening deeply to someone, and connection becomes the room. The outside world may not change, but the world you inhabited changes completely. That is why attention carries ethical weight. To give someone attention is to make them more real in your experience. To withhold attention is sometimes to let them fade. A child grows under the attention of caregivers. A friendship survives through attention given freely. A problem becomes solvable when attention holds it long enough to understand it. Even love can be described, in one quiet sense, as sustained attention without the desire to immediately turn away. But attention has limits. You cannot attend to everything and remain whole. A meaningful life is not a life where everything is noticed equally. It is a life where attention is guided with care. You must choose what deserves your mental light, because whatever receives it will grow larger inside you. This is not always easy. Pain demands attention. Fear demands attention. The loudest things often seize the center. while the most nourishing things wait quietly. A calm breath does not shout. A tree outside the window does not send a notification. The person who loves you may not compete well against the glowing urgency of a screen. So attention must sometimes be protected, like a small flame in wind. You may need to ask again and again, what am I feeding with my focus? What kind of universe am I building by returning here? What disappears when I keep looking there? These questions do not make attention perfect, but they make it conscious. And maybe that is where freedom begins. Not in controlling every thought, not in seeing everything, not in escaping distraction forever, but in realizing that your experience is partly shaped by where your awareness is allowed to live. The universe outside you is vast beyond imagination, but the universe you actually wake up inside each day is made from selected light. It is built from the sounds you follow, the faces you read, the fears you rehearse, the hopes you protect, the details you return to, and the meanings you allow to stay. So the next time the world feels heavy, empty, hostile, beautiful, or strange, pause before assuming that is the whole truth. Ask where your attention has been resting. Ask what it has been enlarging. Ask what it may have left unseen. Because attention does not create reality from nothing, but it does decide which part of reality becomes your home. Why reality feels continuous when it isn't. Continuity is the brain's most convincing illusion, because life feels like a river, even though your mind receives it in fragments. You wake, move, breathe, listen, turn your head, reach for a glass, hear a voice, and everything seems to flow without seams, as if consciousness were a clear stream pouring through time. But beneath that smooth feeling, perception is not one perfect, unbroken line. It is made from brief registrations, short-lived traces, small windows of integration, shifting attention, sensory after-effects, and memory linking one instant to the next. The world may move continuously in a physical sense, but the world you experience has to be assembled by a nervous system that can only process limited pieces at a time. Your brain does not preserve every instant as a separate jewel. It gathers enough information, holds it for a breath, compares it with what came just before, and blends it into a stable experience. That blending is why the present feels whole. Think about a movie. On the screen, nothing is truly moving in the way it appears to move. A film is a rapid sequence of still images, but your brain connects them into motion because each image arrives close enough to the last one for the visual system to treat the change as continuous. This is not a weakness. It is the same ability that lets you see real movement in the world without every position becoming separate and chaotic. If a bird crosses the sky, you do not experience 1,000 disconnected bird positions. You experience flight. If a hand waves, you do not see isolated hands appearing and disappearing. You see one gesture unfolding. The brain links changing positions into motion because movement is not just something detected. It is something constructed from change over time. This becomes clear in apparent motion, the principle behind simple animation and many lights that seem to move around a sign. Two lights can flash in different places one after another. And if the timing is right, you do not see two separate flashes. You see one light traveling, your brain inserts motion between them. It creates the path that was never actually shown. That is a powerful clue. Your sense of continuity is not merely copied from the world. It is completed by the mind. A similar kind of joining happens with sound. A melody is not experienced as isolated notes floating separately. Your brain holds each note briefly, relates it to the next, and gives you a phrase. If the gaps are short enough, rhythm carries through them. If a sound is interrupted for an instant, your auditory system may still preserve the impression of continuity when the context suggests the sound should have continued. This is why a song can feel like one flowing shape rather than a pile of vibrations. The brain uses short-term sensory memory, sometimes called echoic memory for sound and iconic memory for vision, to keep traces of the recent past available just long enough for the present to make sense. Without these tiny buffers, reality would not feel like a scene. It would feel like sparks. Each moment would die before the next could inherit it. But because the brain holds a fading trace of what just happened, it can weave the new signal into the old one. You are never experiencing only this instant. You are experiencing this instant blended with a very recent shadow of what came before. That shadow gives the world its continuity. Even touch and movement depend on this joining. When you run your fingers across a surface, you do not feel each microscopic point as a separate event. You feel texture. Texture is the brain's interpretation of many tiny changes across time and skin. When you walk, your sense of balance, muscle position, pressure from the feet, and visual movement all have to be coordinated into the feeling of one body moving through one world. If these signals become mismatched, as they can in motion sickness or certain virtual reality settings, the smoothness breaks. You may feel dizzy, detached, or nauseated because the brain is receiving a body story and a visual story that do not agree. In ordinary life, you rarely notice how much agreement is required. Smooth reality feels effortless because the brain has already done the stitching before awareness asks questions. But continuity is not only sensory, it is also personal. You feel like the same self from morning to evening, even though your thoughts, moods, body chemistry, attention, and surroundings keep changing. The you who wakes up is not identical in every detail to the you who falls asleep. Yet memory connects the states. Language connects them. Goals connect them. The brain carries a narrative thread across interruptions, distractions, and emotional shifts. You can leave a room, forget why you entered another one, remember later, change mood, answer a message, drink water, and still feel like one continuous person. This feeling is precious, but it is also constructed. The self is not a solid object moving through time like a stone. It is a pattern maintained through memory, body awareness, habits, and expectation. The brain keeps saying, gently and automatically, this is still me. This is still my life. This follows from what came before. When that continuity weakens, the experience can feel deeply strange. In moments of exhaustion, shock, dissociation, or intense stress, people may feel as if life has become choppy, dreamlike, distant, or unreal. The world is still there, but the glue that binds experience may feel thinner. That shows how much of normal reality depends not just on sensory input, but on the brain's ability to link moments into a believable whole. Even ordinary attention creates small breaks that are later covered. You look away, think of something else, return to the room, and the room feels like it has simply continued. You do not constantly verify every object, every sound, every relationship. Your mind assumes continuity, unless there is a strong reason not to. This assumption is useful because most of the world does continue. The table remains, the wall remains. The person speaking remains the person speaking. But the feeling of continuity is stronger than the evidence your awareness actually holds at any given second. You are not carrying the entire world in consciousness. You are carrying enough of it, refreshed often, stabilized by memory, and trusted through expectation. That trust is what makes life livable. If reality felt as fragmented as the nervous system's raw intake may be, every second would feel like waking into a new universe. Instead, the brain gives you persistence. It lets the cup stay a cup after you blink, the song stay a song between notes, the street stay a street as your gaze shifts, the self stay a self through changing thoughts. But there is a cost. Because continuity feels so natural, you may forget that change is happening inside it. A friendship can alter slowly while still feeling like the same friendship. A belief can shift one small step at a time while still feeling like the same worldview. Your body can age day by day while your sense of self remains stitched to younger versions of you. Continuity comforts you, but it can also hide transformation. It turns gradual change into normality. It lets the vanishing happen without drama. And maybe this is why understanding continuity matters. It teaches you that the smoothness of life is not proof that nothing is being constructed. It is proof that construction is working beautifully. Your brain is not showing you existence as a pile of disconnected frames. It is giving you a world with motion, rhythm, identity, direction, and memory. It is building bridges between instants so quickly that you mistake the bridges for the ground. So the next time life feels seamless, Let that seamlessness become a wonder instead of an assumption. The flowing world around you is not simply handed to consciousness fully formed. It is gathered from traces, linked across gaps, softened by memory, and carried forward by a brain determined to make experience feel whole. Reality may not arrive as a continuous river inside the mind, but your brain becomes the riverbed, guiding the fragments into flow, so that you can live not in scattered moments, but in a world that feels like it continues long enough for you to belong to it. The strange role of micro-movements in vision. Your eyes are never truly still, even when you are staring as hard as you can. That may sound wrong, because stillness feels like something vision should be able to do. You can freeze your body, hold your head steady, focus on a dot on the wall, and feel as if your gaze has locked into place. But beneath that calm surface, your eyes are making tiny movements almost all the time. Small jumps, slow drifts, and delicate tremors so subtle you never feel them happening. These micro-movements are not accidents or signs of poor control. They are part of how vision stays alive. If your eyes became perfectly still and the image on your retina stopped changing completely, the world would begin to fade. Not metaphorically, but perceptually. The visual system is built to respond strongly to change, contrast, edges, and movement. When the same unchanging image sits on the same retinal cells without any variation, those cells adapt. Their response weakens. The signal becomes less noticeable. In experiments where researchers stabilize an image so it moves exactly with the eye and stays fixed on the same part of the retina, parts of the image can disappear from awareness. The brain does not keep seeing a perfectly unchanging signal forever. It starts to let it go. This means the tiny restlessness of your eyes is one of the reasons the world does not vanish while you look at it. Your gaze trembles reality back into visibility. The main fixational eye movements are usually described as microsaccades, drift, and tremor. Microsaccades are tiny, quick jumps that happen while you are trying to fix your gaze on one point. They are like miniature versions of the larger eye movements you make when you scan a room or read a line of text, but much smaller. Drift is a slower wandering movement, as if the eyes gently slide away from exact fixation. Tremor is even finer, a high-frequency quiver that is difficult to notice without precise instruments. Together, these movements keep the image from becoming too stable on the retina. They refresh edges. They change which photoreceptors receive which parts of the scene. They help maintain visibility, especially for fine detail. It is strange to think that seeing clearly depends partly on never holding perfectly still. But the nervous system often works this way. Life is not maintained by frozen accuracy. It is maintained by controlled motion. A completely rigid system becomes blind to what does not change. A living system samples, adjusts, corrects, and refreshes. You can feel a hint of this in the way a faint object at the edge of vision may disappear if you stare too fixedly, especially against a plain background. This is related to fading effects such as Troxler fading, where unchanging peripheral stimuli can fade from awareness when your gaze remains fixed. The object has not physically disappeared. Your visual system has adapted to it. Small eye movements usually prevent this from happening too strongly in ordinary life. But when conditions are just right, the brain's dependence on change becomes visible. This teaches a subtle lesson. Vision is not simply the act of receiving light. It is the act of receiving difference. The eye and brain are constantly asking, what changed? Where is the edge? What moved? What matters now? Micro-movements help create those differences, even when the world is still. They turn still images into slightly shifting signals so the brain can keep them present. Reading also depends on eye movements more than it seems. You may feel as if your gaze flows smoothly across a sentence, but in reality your eyes jump from one fixation point to another. Between those jumps, during brief fixations, micro-movements help maintain the clarity of the letters. The act of reading is not a smooth slide over text. It is a rhythm of stops, jumps, tiny corrections, and meaning building. Your conscious mind receives language. Your visual system performs a quiet choreography. Even looking at a face involves this hidden dance. Your eyes make large and small movements toward informative features. Eyes, mouth, expression, outline. And while you fixate, Micro-movements keep the details from fading. The still face is kept alive by the moving eye, and because these motions are normally hidden from awareness, vision feels stable. You do not experience the world as shaking each time the eye makes a small correction. The brain separates the motion caused by your own eyes from motion in the outside world. It knows in its own silent way, I moved the sensor. The world did not necessarily move. Without this distinction, every microscopic eye motion would make the room feel like it was vibrating. Instead, the world remains still while the eye remains active. That balance is astonishing. Your visual system uses motion to preserve stillness. It creates a stable world by constantly moving through it. Micro-movements also have a relationship with attention. Microseconds are not random in the simple sense. Studies suggest they can be influenced by where attention is directed, even when you try to keep your eyes fixed. If your attention shifts to one side, tiny eye movements may subtly reflect that shift. In this way, the eye reveals where the mind is leaning. You may believe you are staring straight ahead, but your visual system may already be preparing for what matters nearby. This does not mean every tiny motion has a deep meaning, but it does show that seeing is an active state. Attention, movement, and perception are woven together. The eye is not a passive glass window. It is more like a hand gently exploring the visual world, touching it with motion too small for you to feel. This is why the phrase fixed gaze is a little misleading. The target may be fixed, but the biological process is dynamic. Your brain wants enough stability to recognize the object, but enough variation to keep the signal alive. Too much movement would blur the world. Too little movement would make it fade. Clear vision lives between those extremes. And perhaps this is why micro-movements feel so poetic when you understand them. The world stays visible because your eyes cannot become statues. Stillness requires motion underneath. Clarity requires tiny instability. What looks effortless from the inside is actually maintained by constant correction. This is not only true of vision, but vision makes it beautifully literal. You see because your eyes keep asking the world again and again in movements smaller than thought, "Are you still there?" And the world keeps answering through light. So the next time you stare at a candle flame, a word on a page, the face of someone you love, or a quiet wall in a dim room, remember that your gaze is not a frozen beam. It is alive with small motions, refreshing the image, protecting it from disappearance, keeping the edges awake. The still world you trust is being held in place by a restless eye and a brain that has learned to turn motion into presence. Maybe that is the softest truth hidden inside vision. You do not see by stopping perfectly. You see by moving just enough to keep reality from fading away. Why your inner voice feels like you. The voice in your head feels like you because your brain has learned to speak from inside the room of your own identity. It may be so familiar that you rarely question it. The quiet sentence that says, "I should get up." The private comment that reacts before you answer someone. The silent rehearsal before a difficult conversation. The half-formed words that guide you while reading, planning, remembering, judging, comforting, or worrying. It does not arrive through your ears, yet it can feel voice-like. It has rhythm, tone, pressure, sometimes even attitude. It may sound like you, or like a calmer version of you, or a harsher version, or a narrator that seems to stand slightly beside you while still belonging to you. And because it is always near the center of experience, many people assume this inner voice is the self itself. But neuroscience suggests something more delicate. The inner voice is not the whole of you. It is one powerful way the brain organizes thought into language and attaches it to a sense of ownership. You are not born with a fully formed narrator inside your mind. Children first learn language out loud, through caregivers, correction, play, naming, asking, repeating, and being spoken to. Over time, much of that outer speech becomes private speech. Children talk to themselves while solving problems, guiding behavior, naming actions, calming frustration. Eventually, for many people, this speech becomes quieter and moves inward. The mouth no longer needs to fully move. The voice no longer needs to enter the air. The brain can run the language system internally, almost like a silent simulation of speaking and hearing. That is why inner speech often resembles shortened speech. It can be fragmented, quick, compressed, made of keywords rather than full sentences. You might think keys, door, phone, not because a complete grammatical voice is always needed, but because the mind only needs enough language to guide action. When you silently read "prepare an apology," repeat a phone number, or tell yourself not to forget something, parts of the brain involved in speech planning, hearing language, and working memory can become active, though not in exactly the same way as speaking out loud. The inner voice borrows the machinery of language without fully using the body. Sometimes, tiny muscle activity may even appear in the speech system during silent thinking, as if the body is whispering below the threshold of sound. But the reason it feels like you is not only that it uses your language, it also carries your history. Your inner voice speaks with the vocabulary you learned, the emotional tone you absorbed, the patterns of encouragement or criticism you heard, the social rules you internalized, the stories you have repeated about yourself. A person raised with gentle guidance may develop an inner voice that explains and steadies. A person raised around harsh judgment may carry an inner critic that sounds like truth, even when it is only an old echo. The inner voice often feels personal because it is stitched from personal memory. It knows your fears. It knows your unfinished tasks. It knows the sentences you were told too many times. It knows the tone you use when you are trying to be brave. In this way, it becomes a kind of internal companion, but not always a kind one. Sometimes it helps you plan. Sometimes it protects you by warning. Sometimes it becomes a loop of worry, repeating the same sentence until the sentence feels larger than life. And yet, even when it is painful, it usually feels owned because the brain tags it as self-generated. When you speak out loud, your brain has information about the fact that you are producing the speech, the intention to speak, the motor plan, the expected sound. With inner speech, there is no external sound, but the system still often carries a sense of agency. I am the one thinking this. That ownership is important. Without it, inner words might feel intrusive or alien. In some mental health conditions, especially certain forms of psychosis, self-generated inner speech or verbal imagery may be experienced as coming from outside the self, which can contribute to hearing voices. This does not mean ordinary inner speech is the same as hallucination. It means the feeling of authorship is an active process, not a guarantee built into words themselves. For most people, the brain successfully labels inner language as self-made, and so the voice feels like a private stream of me. But the story becomes even more interesting because not everyone experiences an inner voice in the same way. Some people report a near constant inner monologue. Others think more in images, sensations, emotions, abstract concepts, or wordless knowing. Some have inner speech only during specific tasks. Some people can hear imagined voices vividly, including the voices of friends, actors, or songs, while others have much weaker auditory imagery. This variety matters because it reminds you that the self is not identical to one narration style. A person without constant inner speech is not less conscious, less intelligent, or less deep. They may simply organize thought differently. The inner voice is one format among many, a way of turning thought into language so it can be held, examined, remembered, and controlled. Language gives thought handles. A feeling may be vague until you name it. A plan may be slippery until you say it to yourself. A fear may become clearer, sometimes smaller, when turned into words. This is why journaling, therapy, prayer, and self-talk can change experience. They move inner material into language, and language makes it easier to work with. But language can also trap. Once a thought becomes a sentence, the sentence may pretend to be the whole truth. I failed feels cleaner than the complicated reality. I am not enough feels like a conclusion, even if it is only a repeated inner phrase. The voice in your head is powerful because it does not just describe your life. It can shape the atmosphere in which your life is felt. It can turn a mistake into a lesson or into a verdict. It can turn silence into peace or accusation. It can turn uncertainty into curiosity or dread. And because the voice sounds like you may believe it too quickly. But here is the gentle separation worth learning. The inner voice belongs to you, but it is not all of you. It is a mental event. It is a process. It is speech-like thought appearing in awareness. You can listen to it without obeying every word. You can notice its tone and ask where that tone came from. You can ask whether it is helping, whether it is accurate, whether it is repeating an old protector that no longer understands your life. You can even change the way you speak inwardly, not instantly, not with false positivity, but through practice. The brain can learn a new inner tone the way it learned the old one, by repetition, emotion, relationship, and experience. A harsh voice can slowly be met by a steadier one. A frightened voice can be answered by a wiser one. A scattered voice can be given rhythm through breath and attention. And perhaps this is why the inner voice feels so intimate. It sits at the crossing point between language and identity, between memory and intention, between the social world you absorbed and the private world you now inhabit. It is made from the voices that shaped you, but it also becomes the voice with which you shape yourself. So the next time you hear that quiet sentence inside your mind, pause before assuming it is the deepest truth of who you are. Listen to its texture. Is it kind? Is it rushed? Is it borrowed? Is it afraid? Is it trying to protect you, punish you, organize you, or lead you home? The voice feels like you because your brain has woven it into the story of self. But behind the voice, there is something even wider. The awareness that can hear it, question it, soften it, and choose what kind of inner speech is allowed to become the weather of your life. The hidden boundary between thought and perception. A thought can become so sensory that for a moment, the mind forgets whether it came from inside or outside. You may have experienced this in small, almost invisible ways. You think of your phone ringing and suddenly become more alert to any tiny sound. You imagine someone calling your name and then, in a noisy room, almost hear it. You picture a lemon being cut and your mouth begins to respond. You remember the face of someone you miss, and, for a second, the image feels close enough to see. These moments reveal a hidden boundary most of us assume is solid. The boundary between thinking and perceiving. We like to believe perception is what comes from the world, while thought is what happens privately inside the mind. The eye sees, the imagination imagines, the ear hears, memory remembers, but the brain does not keep these systems in completely separate rooms. When you imagine a visual scene, parts of the visual brain can become active. When you silently rehearse a sound, parts of auditory processing may participate. When you imagine moving your hand, motor regions can prepare a faint version of the action. Thought often borrows the machinery of perception, and perception often arrives already touched by thought. This does not mean imagination and reality are the same. They are not. A real apple sends light into your eyes, has weight in your hand, casts a shadow, resists your touch, and remains available from many angles. An imagined apple depends on internal generation, attention, and memory. It is usually less stable, less detailed, easier to change, and easier to lose. But the surprising truth is that the difference is not always a clean wall. It is more like a border crossing, where signals are checked, compared, and labeled. Outside world, or inside mind. Most of the time, your brain labels them correctly. You know the difference between seeing a person in front of you and picturing that person in memory. You know the difference between music playing in the room and a song stuck in your head. But the reason you know is not because thought and perception use entirely different materials. It is because the brain performs a kind of reality monitoring. It judges the strength, detail, consistency, source, and behavior of an experience. Perceptions usually arrive with richer sensory detail and are constrained by the world. You cannot simply decide to make a real table vanish. Thoughts are more flexible. You can rotate an imagined table, repaint it, shrink it, or move it without touching anything. The brain uses these clues to decide what belongs to reality and what belongs to imagination. Yet in unusual conditions, that judgment can become harder. When you are falling asleep, for example, images, sounds, or bodily sensations can appear with surprising vividness. These hypnagogic experiences can feel almost like perception, because the brain is drifting between waking control and dreamlike imagery. You may hear your name, see a flash, feel as if you are falling, or watch a brief scene unfold behind closed eyes. You are not fully dreaming yet, but thought is becoming sensory. The border is softening. Extreme fatigue can do something similar. So can stress, grief, isolation, fever, certain medications, or sensory deprivation. When the brain lacks clear outside input, or is under heavy emotional load, internally generated material can become stronger, more intrusive, or more perceptual. This is also why people with significant vision loss can sometimes experience vivid visual hallucinations in a condition known as Charles Bonnet syndrome. The eyes may no longer provide enough information, but the visual brain is still capable of producing images. The person may see patterns, faces, animals, or scenes, often while understanding that they are not physically present. This shows that seeing is not only an eye event. The brain can generate visual experience from within, especially when normal input is reduced. Again, this is not proof that perception is fake. It is proof that perception depends on a controlled partnership between outside signals and internal interpretation. The same boundary appears in mental imagery. Some people have vivid inner pictures, almost like a private screen. Others have aphantasia, meaning they report little or no voluntary visual imagery. If asked to picture a red apple, they may know what an apple is, describe it accurately, and recognize it instantly, but not see it in the mind's eye. Others experience hyperphantasia, where mental images are exceptionally vivid. This variety teaches something important. Inner experience is not the same for everyone. When one person says imagine the ocean, they may see waves, light, and movement. Another may only think the concept of ocean without a picture. Both are thinking, but the sensory flavor differs. This means the line between thought and perception is partly shaped by how strongly the brain can simulate sensory experience. There is also an old and fascinating psychological finding sometimes associated with the Perky effect. When people imagine an object while a very faint real image is shown, they may mistake the faint perception for part of their imagination. The mind can misattribute weak sensory input to thought, or thought-like imagery can blend with weak perception. This is not common dramatic confusion. It is subtle, but it shows how the brain decides source, not just content. The question is not only, what am I experiencing? But where did this experience come from? From the world? From memory? From imagination? From emotion? From the body? The boundary between thought and perception is the brain's answer to that question. And this boundary matters deeply in daily life. An anxious thought can make a neutral sensation feel threatening. A vivid image of failure can tighten the body as if the failure has begun. A comforting memory can soften the room you are sitting in. A mental rehearsal can improve performance because the brain uses some of the same planning systems involved in action. Athletes, musicians, and speakers often use visualization not because imagined practice is identical to physical practice, but because the brain can train parts of a pattern internally. Thought can prepare perception and action, but thought can also contaminate perception when it becomes too convincing. If you repeatedly imagine being disliked, you may begin to perceive distance in ordinary behavior. If you rehearse danger, the body may start treating harmless cues as warning signs. If you picture a future vividly enough, it may begin to feel inevitable, even though it is only a mental construction. This is why learning to recognize thoughts as thoughts is not a shallow idea. It is a serious perceptual skill. You are not trying to reject thought. You are trying to keep the label clear. This is an image. This is a fear. This is a memory. This is a sensation. This is evidence. Those labels help the mind maintain the boundary. They keep imagination useful without letting it impersonate reality. And yet, the softness of the boundary is also what makes human life beautiful. Because thought can borrow perception, you can hear music in silence, see a loved one's face when they are far away, feel the atmosphere of a story, rehearse courage before you need it, and build art from invisible scenes. The same brain that can confuse inner and outer worlds can also turn inner life into creativity, empathy, planning, and meaning. So the boundary between thought and perception is not a wall meant to imprison you. It is a living membrane, flexible enough to let memory, imagination, and sensation speak to one another but strong enough most of the time to keep you anchored. The next time a thought feels real, pause gently and ask not whether the experience matters, but where it is coming from. Is the world presenting it, or is the mind simulating it? Is it evidence, or is it rehearsal? Is it perception, or is it a picture painted in the language of perception? In that small question, awareness becomes clearer. You begin to see that reality is not only what enters through the senses, and thought is not only something weightless inside you. They meet at a hidden border, and much of your life is shaped by how carefully your brain guards, opens, and interprets that border. When the brain mistakes imagination for memory. A memory can begin as a what-if, and, after enough rehearsal, return wearing the weight of something that really happened. This is one of the most unsettling abilities of the human brain. Imagination does not always stay neatly labeled as imagination. Sometimes, when you picture an event vividly, repeat it often, hear it described by someone else, or build it from pieces of real experience, the mind can later mistake that mental construction for a memory. Not always, not easily in every case, and not in a way that means all memory is useless, but often enough that psychologists have studied it for decades. The basic reason is simple and strange. Remembering and imagining use overlapping mental tools. When you remember a birthday, a childhood room, a conversation, or a walk through a city, your brain does not replay a perfect recording stored somewhere untouched. It reconstructs the event using fragments, images, meanings, emotions, body feelings, location cues, and the sense that this belongs to my past. When you imagine something, the brain may use many of those same tools. It can create pictures, simulate sounds, build scenes, attach emotions, and place you inside a possible event. The difference between memory and imagination is not always the content itself, but the brain's judgment about the source. Did this come from the outside world, or did I create it inside? Most of the time, that judgment works. You know you only imagined winning an argument. You know you only pictured a future holiday. You know you only rehearsed what you might say to someone. But under the right conditions, the source tag can blur. This is especially likely when the imagined event is plausible, emotionally meaningful, repeatedly rehearsed, or supported by outside suggestion. Researchers sometimes call this imagination inflation. After people imagine doing something, they may become more confident later that they actually did it, especially if the event is ordinary enough to fit their life. The brain seems to treat vividness and familiarity as clues. If an event comes to mind easily, with detail and feeling, the mind may ask, why is this so available? And one possible answer is, because it happened. But vividness is not proof. Imagination can become vivid through repetition. A story can become familiar because it has been told often. A scene can gain emotional color because you have mentally visited it many times. Over time, the invented image may stop feeling invented and start feeling remembered. This is why childhood memory is especially vulnerable. Early life is already difficult to remember clearly because the young brain is still developing the systems needed to form stable autobiographical memories. And because many childhood memories are later shaped by family stories, photographs, repeated conversations, and imagination, you may think you remember a birthday party from when you were very small, but part of what you experience might come from a photo you saw many times, a story your parents told, and the child self your adult mind built around it. That does not make the memory meaningless. It may still carry emotional truth, but the details may not be direct evidence. They may be a reconstruction supported by imagination. Psychologist Elizabeth Loftus and other memory researchers have shown how suggestion can lead people to develop false or distorted memories, even for events that did not happen in the way they later believe. In some studies, participants came to remember being lost in a shopping mall as a child after the false event was suggested, alongside real family memories. Not everyone formed the false memory, and such research must be handled carefully, but the lesson is powerful. The human mind can create a feeling of remembering when imagination, suggestion, and plausibility work together. This matters because false memories are not always experienced as weak or uncertain. Some can feel confident, emotional, and detailed, The person is not necessarily lying. Lying means knowingly saying something false. A false memory can feel sincere from the inside. The mind has built a scene, attached familiarity to it, and accepted it as past. This can happen in small everyday ways too. You may remember sending a message because you imagine sending it several times. You may remember telling someone something because you rehearse the conversation in your head. You may remember locking the door because the action is so routine that your brain supplies the usual scene. You may remember a person reacting badly because you feared that reaction and pictured it repeatedly. Later, when you search your mind, the imagined version may feel close enough to memory that doubt appears only slowly. One reason this happens is that the brain often stores the gist of an event more strongly than exact details. If the gist is, "I was embarrassed," "they were upset," "I meant to do that," or "this usually happens," imagination can fill in specifics that match the gist. Another reason is that mental imagery can leave traces similar to perception. If you picture a scene clearly, you create internal details. Where people stood, what they might have said, how the room looked, what you felt. Later, those details can become evidence inside the mind, even though they were created during imagination. The brain's source monitoring system has to decide where the details came from, and it does not always get the answer right. Stress, sleep loss, emotional intensity, social pressure, and repeated questioning can make this harder. This is why careful interviewing matters in legal, therapeutic, and family contexts. Leading questions can accidentally plant details. Did he shout when he came in? Is different from what happened when he came in. The first question offers the mind a possible image. If the person imagines it, and later the image feels familiar, it may begin to blend with memory. This does not mean people should distrust every memory or dismiss painful experiences. That would be harmful and wrong. It means memory should be treated with respect and humility. Some memories are accurate enough to guide life. Some are emotionally true but factually altered. Some are built from suggestion, fear, imagination, or repetition. The challenge is learning the difference when it matters. Ask yourself, do I remember this event from direct experience, or do I remember thinking about it? Is there outside evidence? Did someone describe it to me many times? Did I see a photo? Did I dream it? Did I imagine it during worry? Does the memory contain sensory details from the event itself, or details that feel like they were added later? These questions do not destroy the past. They protect it from becoming too easily rewritten. And there is a softer side to this too. The same machinery that can confuse imagination with memory also allows you to plan, empathize, create, and heal. You can imagine a future conversation and prepare for it. You can picture another person's experience and become kinder. You can revisit a painful memory with new understanding and change its emotional meaning. The brain's ability to simulate is not a flaw. It is a gift that sometimes needs careful labeling. Imagination becomes dangerous only when it silently steals the authority of evidence. So the next time a memory appears with perfect confidence, pause gently before handing it the keys to truth. It may be real. It may be partly real. It may be a story polished by repetition until it shines like fact. The mind is not a courtroom camera. It is a living storyteller, trying to preserve meaning from fragments, trying to connect past and present, trying to make your life feel coherent. And somewhere inside that storyteller is a quiet warning worth keeping. Not everything that feels remembered was lived, and not everything imagined disappears without leaving a trace. Why consciousness may be a controlled hallucination. Consciousness may feel like a window, but it might be closer to a dream that the world keeps correcting. This does not mean your life is fake, or that the chair beneath you is imaginary, or that the people you love are just pictures floating in your head. The phrase controlled hallucination can sound dangerous if misunderstood, as if neuroscience was saying reality does not exist. But the idea is subtler and far more interesting. A hallucination, in the broadest sense, is an experience generated by the brain, rather than directly forced by the outside world. Ordinary perception is also generated by the brain, but with one crucial difference. It is controlled by sensory evidence. The world pushes back. The table resists your hand. The voice changes when the speaker moves. The cup falls if you release it. Waking consciousness is not a free fantasy. It is a brain-made experience disciplined by the body's contact with reality. You might think you are simply receiving the world, but your brain is always constructing a model of it. Not only what is there, but what it means, where your body is, what matters, what might happen next, and what kind of self is standing in the middle of it all. The controlled hallucination idea says that perception is the brain's best internally generated version of reality, constantly corrected by incoming signals from the senses. When the correction is strong and the model matches the world well, experience feels normal. When the correction weakens, changes, or becomes unstable, experience can drift. This is why dreams can feel real while you are inside them. In dreams, the brain generates sights, sounds, places, bodies, emotions, and stories with little direct correction from the outside world. The sensory gates are partly lowered, the sleeping body is mostly still, and the brain runs its own world from memory, emotion, and association. You can stand in a city that never existed, speak to someone impossible, and feel fear, love, confusion, or wonder as if the dream were happening. Only after waking do you realize how little the outside world was controlling the experience. Waking life is different because the world keeps interrupting the dream. Light enters, sound arrives, balance changes, skin receives pressure, muscles report movement. The brain's model must keep adjusting itself to match the evidence. In this sense, consciousness may be a controlled dream, not because it is unreal, but because it is always being generated from within and corrected from without. This also helps explain why hallucinations can happen in waking life when the balance shifts. In some neurological or psychiatric conditions, or during extreme sleep deprivation, grief, sensory loss, fever, certain drugs, or intense stress, the brain may generate experiences that are not properly anchored to the outside world. A person may hear a voice, see a figure, feel a presence, or sense meaning where there is no matching external cause. The experience can be real to the person having it because consciousness is made of brain activity, not because the outside world has to contain the thing being experienced. The difference between perception and hallucination is not that one is produced by the brain and the other is not. Both are produced by the brain. The difference is how tightly the experience is controlled by reliable sensory input and shared reality. That is a humbling thought. It means your conscious world is not a perfect copy of reality, but neither is it an arbitrary invention. It is a negotiated experience, a useful hallucination held in place by evidence. The color of the wall, the shape of your hands, the feeling of sitting here, the sound of your own breath, the quiet sense that you are you. All of it is being actively maintained. Your brain is not only modeling the outside world, it is modeling your body from the inside. Hunger, fatigue, heartbeat, temperature, breath, tension, and comfort all feed into the feeling of being conscious. The self is not floating above the body like a ghost in a control room. It is built from the brain's ongoing attempt to regulate a living organism. Some scientists argue that what you feel as me begins with the brain's management of the body, keeping it alive, predicting what it needs, and turning those internal signals into mood, emotion, and presence. This means consciousness is not just a picture of the world. It is a picture of the world from the point of view of a body that must survive inside it. That is why reality never feels neutral. A room feels safe or tense. A face feels warm or cold. A silence feels peaceful or threatening. The conscious scene always includes the hidden question: what does this mean for me, this body, this life? And because the brain is trying to control action, consciousness is also shaped by what you can do. A doorway is not merely a rectangle of light. It is an exit, an entrance, a possible movement. A cup is not only color and shape. It is something reachable, liftable, usable. A face is not only eyes and skin. It is someone who may answer, judge, comfort, or ignore you. The world you experience is full of possibilities for action, and your brain builds those possibilities into perception itself. This is why the controlled hallucination is controlled not only by senses, but by movement. You test reality by acting. You turn your head and the room changes in the right way. You reach out and the object meets your fingers. You speak and someone responds. Action keeps the inner model honest. A hallucination that cannot be tested against the world may float freely. Perception is pulled into shape by the loop between seeing, moving, touching, and correcting. And perhaps the deepest lesson is that consciousness is not one thing hidden in one place. It is not a little light inside the skull that simply switches on. It is an ongoing process, a controlled construction made from sensation, body regulation, memory, attention, emotion, and action. When it works, it disappears into normality. You do not feel the model being built. You feel the world. You do not feel the brain controlling the hallucination. You feel reality. That is the genius of the system. It hides the labor so completely that you mistake the result for direct contact with existence. But once you understand the idea, the ordinary moment becomes quietly astonishing. The room around you is not less real because your brain constructs it. It is real to you because your brain constructs it well enough, carefully enough, in constant conversation with a world that refuses to be anything you want. The danger is not in realizing consciousness is constructed. The danger is forgetting that construction can be shaped by fear, trauma, expectation, fatigue, isolation, and belief. A brain under threat may build a harsher world. A brain in safety may allow a softer one. A brain deprived of input may invent. A brain trained by attention may notice different realities. And yet, because the world keeps answering back, you are not lost inside yourself. You are guided, corrected, challenged, and held by the reality outside you. So, the next time consciousness feels obvious, as if you are simply looking through a clear window at things exactly as they are, pause for a moment. The window is alive. It is painting, adjusting, predicting, testing, and repairing itself with every breath. You are not trapped in a lie, but you are not standing outside the process either. You are living inside the brain's controlled vision of the world, a disciplined inner dream, stabilized by touch, light, sound, movement, and the stubborn presence of everything that remains when you reach for it. The fragile construction of normal reality. Normal reality feels solid only because countless fragile systems keep agreeing with one another. You wake up, recognize your room, remember your name, know where your body ends, trust that the floor will hold you. Understand that the morning belongs after the night, and feel that the world around you is the same world everyone else is sharing. That feeling seems effortless, almost automatic, as if normal is simply what reality is when nothing strange is happening. But the deeper you look, the more delicate it becomes. Normal reality is not just the presence of objects outside you. It is a living agreement between your senses, your memory, your body, your attention, your emotions, your language, and the people around you. The brain must know that the face in the mirror is yours, that the sound behind you belongs to the room and not to a hidden threat, that the thought passing through your mind is a thought, and not a command from outside, that yesterday really came before today, that the chair still exists when you look away, that your hand is your hand, that the meaning of a word remains stable long enough for conversation to work. None of these feelings is guaranteed by the world alone. They have to be maintained by the nervous system, and most of the time, the maintenance is so smooth that you mistake it for simple truth. But normality can thin out under the right pressure. Stay awake long enough, and the edges of the world may sharpen, blur, or bend. The brain depends on sleep not only for rest, but for regulation, memory processing, emotional balance, and sensory stability. When sleep is badly disrupted, the mind can become less able to separate important signals from background noise. Thoughts can become jumpy, emotions can swell too quickly, shadows can seem meaningful, time can feel strange. The ordinary world may still be there, but the systems that make it feel ordinary are tired. High fever can do something similar, pulling the brain into delirium, where attention fluctuates, confusion rises, and familiar surroundings can become frightening or unfamiliar. Certain drugs, alcohol withdrawal, severe stress, migraine aura, seizures, inflammation, or metabolic problems can also disturb the brain's normal organization of experience. These states remind us that reality as you live, it depends on biology. Change the chemistry, rhythm, oxygen, temperature, or electrical stability of the brain, and the same room can become a different kind of place. This does not mean reality is imaginary. It means the feeling of reality is constructed through a body that can be strained. One of the hidden foundations of normal reality is orientation. You usually know who you are, where you are, what time it roughly is, and what situation you are in. This seems basic until it fails. In hospitals, for example, some people experiencing delirium may become confused about the room, the date, or the people around them, especially at night, after surgery, during infection, or in unfamiliar environments. The world has not vanished, but the brain's organizing frame has weakened. Without orientation, perception loses its address. A sound is not just a sound anymore. It may become suspicious because the mind cannot place it securely. A nurse may be mistaken for someone else. A hallway may feel like another building. Normal reality needs context the way a picture needs a frame. Remove the frame and the same details can become unstable. Another foundation is bodily ownership. Your sense of being located inside a body, looking out from a particular point in space, is so constant that you rarely notice it. But in some neurological conditions, vestibular disturbances, dissociative states, or unusual brain stimulation, people may feel detached from the body, floating, unreal, or as if they are observing themselves from outside. These experiences can be deeply unsettling because they shake one of the quiet pillars of normal life, the assumption that I am here, inside this body, in this place. The brain normally blends vision, balance, touch, muscle feedback, and internal body signals into a single embodied perspective. When that blending becomes unstable, the self can feel loosened from its usual anchor. Normal reality also depends on emotional calibration. A room is not only seen, it is felt. The same room can feel safe, tense, sacred, boring, intimate, or threatening depending on the state of the nervous system. When fear rises too high, the world may become filled with possible danger. When depression is heavy, the world can look drained of invitation, as if meaning itself has dimmed. When mania appears, connections may feel intensely significant, thoughts may race, and ordinary events may seem charged with special importance. These are not just changes in mood sitting on top of perception. They can alter the whole atmosphere in which reality is interpreted. Normal reality requires emotion to stay within a range where the world can be understood without being swallowed by threat, emptiness, or overwhelming significance. Social agreement also helps hold reality in place. You know the world is stable partly because other people confirm it. We point to the same table, answer to the same names, follow the same clocks, obey shared rules, and use language as a bridge between private minds. A great deal of normality is communal. If everyone around you reacts calmly to a sound, you may calm down too. If someone trusted confirms what happened, your memory feels steadier. If a culture names an experience, you can place it inside a shared map. Isolation can weaken this stabilizing effect. When a person spends too much time alone, especially under stress, the mind has fewer outside corrections. Thoughts may echo louder. Small interpretations may grow unchecked. This is one reason human reality is not purely individual. We borrow stability from one another. We do not only live in private brains, we live in shared worlds maintained by conversation, routine, touch, work, ritual, and ordinary confirmation. And yet, normal reality is not the same as truth in its purest form. It is a practical achievement. It is the brain and society giving you a world consistent enough to live in. It simplifies, organizes, filters, and stabilizes. It lets you pour water without questioning whether the glass exists. It lets you love someone without reproving their identity every morning. It lets you walk through a doorway without calculating every angle of space. Normality is a mercy because it saves you from endless uncertainty. But it is fragile because it depends on many systems staying coordinated. Sleep must hold, memory must link, attention must focus, emotion must regulate, the body must report itself coherently, language must keep meaning steady. Other people must help confirm the shared frame. When these systems align, life feels obvious. When they drift apart, the obvious becomes strange. So the next time your day feels ordinary, do not treat that ordinariness as empty. It is not nothing. It is the quiet success of a brain keeping the world stable enough for you to inhabit. The familiar street, the cup in your hand, the name you answer to, the sense that today follows yesterday. The calm belief that other people are real and the room is real and you are here inside your life. All of this is being built and protected moment by moment. Normal reality is not a stone wall. It is a tent held up by many thin poles. Most days you never see the poles. You simply live beneath the shelter. But when you understand how fragile the shelter is, the ordinary becomes more precious. To feel real, to feel present, to feel that the world is shared and steady is not a small thing. It is one of the brain's most delicate gifts, renewed quietly every time you wake and find the world still waiting. Why what you experience is only the brain's best guess. Your experience is not reality arriving whole. It is the brain's most convincing answer to an impossible question. At every moment, the world touches you through narrow channels. Light enters the eyes, pressure reaches the skin, air moves the eardrums, chemicals meet the nose and tongue. The body reports hunger, balance, temperature, fatigue, and tension. But none of these signals comes with a label explaining exactly what it means. The brain has to solve the scene from clues. It has to decide what is out there, what is happening, what matters, what can be ignored, what belongs to the body, what belongs to the world, what is safe, what is urgent, what is familiar, what is new. And it has to do this quickly, because life does not wait for perfect proof. This is why what you experience is not a pure copy of reality. It is the brain's best guess, but not a careless guess. It is an educated, living, constantly revised guess shaped by evolution, memory, attention, body signals, emotion, and the evidence arriving through the senses. You do not see the raw universe. You see the brain's answer to the raw universe. You do not hear pressure waves as physics. You hear a voice, a warning, a melody, a door closing, your name. You do not feel chemical and electrical changes as biology. You feel hunger, unease, comfort, longing, fear, calm. The brain turns causes into meanings because meaning is what lets you act. If you had to experience every signal as meaningless data, you would be lost inside your own nervous system. So the brain simplifies, it infers. It builds a usable world from incomplete information, and then hides the construction process so well that the guess feels like fact. A shadow becomes someone standing there, or just a coat. A facial expression becomes they are angry or they are tired. A tight chest becomes danger, excitement, sadness, or I need rest. The same signal can be interpreted differently depending on context, and this is the key. Experience is not made from sensation alone. It is made from sensation plus interpretation. The brain is always asking, what is the most likely cause of this signal? If the answer works, you move through the world smoothly. If the answer fails, you feel surprise, confusion, doubt, or fear, and the model changes. This is how perception stays flexible. It is not fixed like a photograph. It is more like a living hypothesis. Most of the time, the hypothesis is good enough. You correctly recognize faces, avoid obstacles, understand speech, find food, read rooms, drive streets, and respond to other people. The fact that your brain guesses does not mean you are constantly wrong. It means correctness is achieved through active interpretation, not passive recording. And because the brain's guesses are usually useful, you forget they are guesses at all. You walk into a room and experience a room, not a probable arrangement of surfaces inferred from light, memory, and body position. You look at a person and experience my friend, not a pattern of features matched against stored identity and emotional history. The brain saves you from that complexity. It gives you the result, not the calculation. But the same system that makes life possible also makes experience personal. Your best guess is not always the same as someone else's best guess. A nervous system shaped by safety may interpret uncertainty as curiosity. A nervous system shaped by repeated harm may interpret the same uncertainty as danger. A trained artist may see subtle light where another person sees only a wall. A musician may hear structure where someone else hears noise. A grieving person may find reminders everywhere because loss has tuned attention toward absence. A hopeful person may notice openings that a tired mind passes over. None of this means reality disappears into opinion. The outside world still constrains the guess. You cannot simply decide a wall is not there and walk through it. But within the space of ambiguity, and life is full of ambiguity, the brain's history helps decide what experience becomes. This is why humility matters. The feeling of certainty is not always proof that the guess is correct. Sometimes certainty only means the brain has settled on an interpretation quickly. A first impression may be useful, but it may also be incomplete. A fear may be protective, but it may also be outdated. A memory may guide you, but it may also color the present too strongly. A mood may feel like truth, but it may be the body asking for sleep, food, movement, safety, or connection. When you understand that experience is the brain's best guess, you gain a small but powerful freedom. You can question the answer without rejecting the signal. You can say, this is what my brain is presenting, but is it the only interpretation? That question creates space between experience and belief. It lets you examine the world instead of immediately obeying the first version of it. It can soften anxiety, deepen empathy, and make you less trapped by automatic meaning. If someone seems distant, perhaps they are upset with you, but perhaps they are exhausted. If a task feels impossible, perhaps it is too much. But perhaps your brain is predicting failure from an old pattern. If the world feels empty, perhaps life has lost meaning. But perhaps your nervous system is depleted and cannot access meaning clearly right now. The guess may contain information, but it is not always the final truth. And this is not only psychological, it is deeply biological. The brain is locked inside darkness, never directly touching the outside world, yet it produces a world bright enough to live in. It receives signals and builds a sky, a body, a voice, a self, a past, a future, a sense of here and now. That is astonishing. You are not a passive witness sitting behind your eyes. You are a living interpretation engine, constantly turning uncertainty into experience. The miracle is not that your brain shows you reality perfectly. It cannot. The miracle is that it shows you something coherent enough to walk through, love through, learn through, and question. So the next time the world feels obvious, pause gently before calling it complete. What you are experiencing may be the best answer your brain can offer in that moment, built from the evidence it has, the body it protects, and the history it carries. Sometimes that answer is beautifully accurate. Sometimes it is only close. Sometimes it is shaped by fear, fatigue, expectation, or memory. But it can be updated. It can learn. It can become more precise, more flexible, more compassionate. Reality may be larger than anything your brain can fully capture, but every conscious moment is your mind reaching toward it, guessing, correcting, and reaching again. And maybe that is what human experience really is. Not the universe handed to you untouched, but the universe translated into a form a living mind can survive, understand, and slowly awaken within. The science of déjà vu, without the myth. Déjà vu feels like a memory arriving from a place it has no right to come from. You are standing in an ordinary moment, a room, a street, a conversation, a sentence someone is halfway through, and suddenly the present folds in on itself. You feel with strange certainty that this has already happened. Not just something similar. This, the angle of the light, the sound in the air, the position of the chair, the rhythm of the words, the quiet feeling in your chest. All of it seems to carry the glow of repetition. For a second, the world feels haunted by itself. And because the feeling is so strong, people have often tried to explain it with mystical stories. Past lives, dreams predicting the future, parallel realities touching, a hidden message from time. But the real science of déjà vu is already strange enough without turning it into myth. The word means already seen. Yet the experience is not usually about truly remembering a past event. It is more like the feeling of memory appearing without the memory itself. Your brain gives you familiarity, but it does not give you the actual source. You feel, I know this, but when you search for when and where, there is nothing solid to find. That mismatch is the heart of déjà vu. In normal memory, two experiences often work together: familiarity and recollection. Familiarity is the quick feeling that something has been encountered before. Recollection is the richer retrieval of details, the place, the time, the story around it. You see a face and instantly feel, I know this person. That is familiarity. Then a moment later, you remember, they were in my class, or I met them at that dinner. That is recollection. Déjà vu may happen when the familiarity signal turns on without proper recollection attached to it. The brain says, this is familiar, but it cannot explain why. The result is eerie because the present moment receives the emotional stamp of memory without the evidence that should come with memory. It is like hearing a doorbell ring in an empty house. Something announces itself, but no one is there when you open the door. Scientists have linked déjà vu to memory systems in the medial temporal lobe, especially areas connected with the hippocampus, which helps form and retrieve memories, and surrounding regions that help judge familiarity. This does not mean déjà vu has one single cause every time. The brain is too complex for that, but it does suggest that déjà vu comes from ordinary memory machinery, briefly behaving in an unusual way. One clue comes from temporal lobe epilepsy. Some people with seizures beginning in the temporal lobe report intense déjà vu as part of an aura before a seizure. In those cases, abnormal electrical activity can produce a powerful feeling of familiarity. That does not mean ordinary déjà vu is a seizure. Most déjà vu is common, brief, harmless, and experienced by many healthy people. But these neurological cases show that when certain memory-related brain regions are stimulated or disrupted, the feeling of already experienced can be generated from within. The feeling does not require a real repeated event. It can be produced by the system that normally tells you something is familiar. Another possible explanation involves a kind of timing or processing mismatch. The brain processes a scene through multiple routes, and if information is registered in a slightly unusual sequence, one version of the moment might be treated as if it arrived a little earlier than the other. This could create the impression that the present is repeating, even though the previous experience was only a fraction of a moment earlier. This idea is not the whole story, but it captures something important. Déjà vu may arise when the brain's sense of novelty and familiarity gets out of sync. A moment that should feel new is accidentally tagged as old. There is also evidence that spatial similarity can trigger déjà vu. You may walk into a place you have never visited before, but its layout resembles another place you once knew. The doorway on the left, the window ahead, the narrow hallway, the arrangement of objects, the curve of the room. You do not consciously recognize the similarity, but part of your memory system detects a pattern. The scene feels familiar, yet you cannot identify the source because the actual details are different. Researchers using virtual environments have shown that people can experience familiarity when a new scene shares a hidden layout with an earlier one. This matters because it makes déjà vu less supernatural and more intelligent. Your brain may be responding to a real resemblance, but the resemblance is too abstract or too buried for conscious recall. The feeling is not a message from another life. It may be your memory system noticing structure before your conscious mind can name it. And this is why déjà vu often feels so close to meaning. It is not empty. Something in the moment has activated a familiarity network, but the activation is incomplete. Your brain is trying to connect the present to the past and failing in a way that feels mysterious. Fatigue, stress, distraction, travel, novelty, and emotional intensity may make these mismatches more likely for some people because the brain is constantly balancing attention, memory, and context. Déjà vu is also reported more often by younger people than older adults, possibly because younger brains encounter more novel situations, form and compare memories actively, or simply notice and report the experience more. But the exact reasons are still studied. What we can say safely is that déjà vu is not reliable evidence that you dreamed the future or lived the moment before. It is a feeling of familiarity, and feelings, however convincing, are not always accurate records of reality. That may sound disappointing at first, but it should not. The real explanation is more intimate. Déjà vu shows you that memory is not just a library of the past. It is an active system shaping your sense of the present. You do not only use memory to look backward, you use it to recognize where you are, what matters, what belongs, what feels safe, what feels strange, what seems new, and what seems known. Most of the time, this system works so smoothly that you never notice it. The present feels fresh when it should feel fresh, familiar when it should feel familiar, meaningful when a real connection exists. But during déjà vu, the curtain lifts for a moment. You feel the machinery of recognition fire at the wrong time. The present is accidentally given the emotional flavor of the past. And because the brain cannot find the source, the mind reaches for bigger explanations. It asks, did I dream this? Has this happened before? Is time looping? Is this a sign? That search for meaning is deeply human. We do not like unexplained feelings. We want every strong sensation to point somewhere. But sometimes the truth is not that the universe is sending a message. Sometimes the truth is that the brain has briefly mislabeled the moment. And even that is profound. Because if a small shift in memory processing can make a new moment feel ancient, then your sense of time is more fragile than it appears. The past is not only behind you, it is a set of signals your brain can apply, correctly or incorrectly, to what is happening now. Déjà vu is the ghost of recognition without a body. It is the shadow of memory without the memory itself. And maybe that is why it feels so haunting. It lets you experience how much of reality depends not only on what is happening, but on the brain's quiet judgment of whether it has happened before. So the next time déjà vu washes over you, you do not need to fear it, worship it, or turn it into a prophecy. Let it be what it most likely is. A brief spark in the memory system, a false familiarity, a moment where the brain's map of past and present overlaps for a second and makes the ordinary feel impossible, and then let it pass. Because the wonder is not that you have secretly lived this moment before. The wonder is that your brain can make a brand new moment feel old, and in doing so, reveal how delicately it builds the feeling of time, memory, and reality itself.